Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, March 11, 2025. It's 9 a.m. and we're in the central jury room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. We're very pleased and honored to have with us again today Pastor Raul Sandoval of the Church Iglesia Cristiana Vino Nuevo. He comes here every year. He gives the invocation in Spanish, but his son is here and then translates in English. So, Pastor, please come up, and your son.
Hey, let's pray. Gracias te damos, Dios.
Thank you, Lord, for bringing us here.
Gracias por tener a nuestros líderes de la ciudad.
Thank you for bringing our leaders of the community here.
Te pedimos
We beg
que tú estés con nosotros,
that you may be with us,
que tú seas el que toma decisiones
that you can be the one to take the
a través
decisions
de ellos.
among them.
Bendícelos.
Bless them.
Cuida su sabiduría.
Protect their wisdom.
Protege su familia
Protect their family.
y protege Granbury.
And protect Granbury.
Lo esperamos
We wait.
en el nombre de Cristo Jesús.
In Jesus' name we pray.
Amén.
Amen.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, this brings us now to the special presentation. And the first one is a proclamation designating March as the 23rd Annual March for Meals Month. Who's going to speak on this? We got a bunch of people here. Who is that? Is that you, Trish Burwell? Yes. Mel Burwell and look at this.
Do you want me to do it from here?
Okay.
Do you want me to do it from here?
I'm going to give it to you, let you read it.
Oh.
I'm going to make you read it. Everybody knows who this lady is. Yep. This is Trish Burwell, who does everything for this community, runs the senior citizen now. Everybody knows who Mel Birdwell is. Also here too, great hand for her. We know who you are too.
Brian Thomas.
You're Brian Thomas. Does a great job also.
Maybe.
And Roger. He's part of her.
And the president of the senior citizen, among the least being the president of some other organization and the sheriff of Hood County, Texas, in his off time, okay?
Are those cheaters?
Y'all want to come down
Are they
there?
cheaters? Okay, it's okay. Okay, I didn't know that I was going to be reading this, so bear with me. I don't have my cheater glasses on. I don't know if that's going to work. Okay, that'll work. This is new. First of all, for those who don't know, my name is Trish Burwell, and I am the Executive Director at the Hood County Senior Center. And while I can talk a lot about what goes on at the Senior Center every single day, 5 days a week, today is about Meals on Wheels. We serve about 300 people a day, 5 days a week. We have more than 250 volunteers that dedicate their time, their money, their effort, and their compassion to our folks that we deliver meals to. This is really important. We have a lot of folks that we cannot reach, and I'm trying to reach those folks, but the ones that we do, just so that you're aware, we do get federal funding, which has been cut this year by about 30%. So my appreciation goes out to the city and the county who help us with some of that funding, and to you, the community. I tremendously appreciate what you do to help us and help our seniors. We serve those who served us and can no longer serve themselves. These are folks that have dedicated their lives to doing exactly what we're sitting here doing today. So I appreciate you helping me take care of these folks. And with that, I will try to read this proclamation with the sheriff's glasses. To designate March as the 23rd Annual March for Meals Month, whereas on March 22nd, 1972, a law was enacted amending the Older Americans Act of 1965 to establish a national nutrition program for seniors 60 years and older. And whereas Meals on Wheels America established the March for Meals campaign in March of 2002 to recognize the historic month and the importance of both congregate and home-delivered meals nutrition programs, raising awareness about the escalating problem of hunger among older Americans. And whereas the 2025 observance of March for Meals celebrates 23 years of providing an opportunity to support Meals on Wheels programs that deliver vital and critical services through donations, volunteers, and raising awareness about social isolation and food insecurity. And whereas the Hood County Committee on Aging Meals on Wheels congregate meals programs have served our community admirably for 48 years. Be ready for a 50-year party coming up. And whereas volunteers for Meals on Wheels Hood County are the backbone of the program, delivering nutritious meals, a friendly smile, compassion, care, and an in-person well check to local older adults who are isolated or homebound. And whereas Meals on Wheels programs deserve recognition for the contributions they have made and will continue to make to our local communities, our state, and our nation. Now, therefore, Judge Ron Massengill, along with the members of the Hood County Commissioners Court, do hereby proclaim March 2025 as the 23rd annual March for Meals Month, signed on the 11th day of March by Ron Massengill, County Judge.
All of you. Super. Good job.
Thank you, Sharon.
Those magic glasses here
Yes.
work for you, doesn't it? Would you like to say something, Ms.
No.
Birdwell? Is that?
Just a board member.
You're just a board member here doing well on the thing, okay? Yeah. Yeah, hold that, that's.
You want me to get the podium?
Oh, thanks, Kevin.
Pictures here.
Move that sucker one more time.
We're gonna do a jump rope.
Y'all do a great job, and the food is really great there too. Y'all can come down and eat there, sometimes the food is really, really good. You're doing a great job too, you really are. Good. Thank you, Bill, for everything that you do. Well, please stay down here, we got 2 more calls on that.
You want me to just reach over and grab them?
Show them the sign. I'll read. See, you want to sign this one? We got a little late start today. The next proclamation we have is to designate April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Who do we have up here? I see the same faces here. Yeah, y'all want to come on up here? Bring your entourage with you.
Hey, entourage.
You know, it's nice to be a superstar, isn't it, when you have an entourage with you? Good to see you again. Good, come on up here. Look at this. How are you doing? Good to see you. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Come on up here. How to get his, oh no. I gotta introduce this to you. Do y'all know who the original Bean Queen was, the very first one in Hood County, Texas? It's my good friend right here, Jean Kay. And then she was Bean Queen again a couple other times. How many more times? 3 or 4 times? Just 2 more times. This is a sweet lady right here. She does a lot good. Come on down here and see what you can do. All right. Okay. Who wants to read this? Do you want to read it?
I will read this.
I'll stand here with my girlfriend up here.
Official proclamation to designate April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas nearly 340,000 children in Texas were reported as abused or neglected last year. And whereas child abuse prevention is a community responsibility and finding solutions depends on involvement among all people. And whereas communities must make every effort to promote programs that benefit children and their families. And whereas effective child abuse prevention programs succeed because of partnerships among agencies, schools, religious organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. And whereas everyone in the community should become more aware of child abuse prevention and consider helping parents raise their children in a safe, nurturing environment. Now therefore, the Fifth Commissioner's Court does hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month and urges all citizens to work together to help reduce child abuse and neglect significantly in years to come. Signed this 11th day of March 2025.
Perfect. How about that? That's great. Good. Photo ops here. Come on. Thank you, Michael.
We can take one more picture. Don't move, please. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Not for that, for the sexual shot.
Anybody else? We're selling these. Is that it?
That's it.
I'm sure glad they'll raise the world. Ashley, be sure to note that the Queen of Granbury was the Queen. I know. Yeah, is this the same group?
Yes.
Basically?
Thank you so much.
Heck, okay, you get to read this one. All right, this is the official proclamation to designate April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Okay. I don't have my glasses either, y'all. So. Whereas sexual assault is a serious crime that affects all communities regardless of age, race, disability, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas the Hood County Commissioner's Court recognizes and participates in public awareness campaign to support National Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month provides an excellent opportunity for citizens to learn more about preventing sexual assault and to show support for the organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy services and assistance to victims. And whereas, on average, there are 463,634 victims aged 12 or older of rape and sexual assault each year in the United States. Every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted, and every 9 minutes, that victim is a child. And whereas, on average, the National Sexual Assault Hotline has helped more than 27,000 victims per month nationwide in 2024. And whereas Mission Granbury provides services for victims of sexual assault. Mission Granbury's Victim Services Program served 165 sexual assault victims last fiscal year. And whereas preventing sexual assault means changing the social norms that allow and condone violence and requires the collective voice and power of individuals, families, institutions, and systems, each wholeheartedly committed to transforming our community. Now therefore, in recognition of the important work done by survivors, sexual assault programs, and victim services, the Hood County Commissioner's Court does hereby proclaim April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and urges all residents to become involved in efforts to prevent and respond to sexual assault and recognize the impact it has in our community.
Excellent. Good job. Good job. Y'all do a great job.
Thank you so much.
That's all the proclamations.
Yeah. Not Johnny on the spot.
Okay. Now we have no service awards, so the next agenda item is the citizens' comments at large, or what we refer to as the open mic. And the first speaker is Jim Jarrett. Civilian. You speaking as civilian?
No, sir. I'm speaking as the mayor of Granbury, Texas. Well, good morning, Judge, Council. I just wanted to come forward and let you know that the great city of Granbury has been again nominated by USA Today as being in the historic small town competition. And I encourage each and every one of you to vote, and not only vote once, I encourage you to vote as many times as you want, and it will allow, because it will allow. You know that we are a three-peat, and then they said, gee, a three-peat, you can't compete again. I know Queen Bean Jean has had that experience as well. But the fourth, it's now been a year, so we are nominated again in 2025. I encourage you to go to Visit Granbury, all one word, .org. You'll see the opportunity to vote. And this is really, I was coming to encourage the Commissioners Court, but when you wind up and you have Mission Granbury, HGMA, Hood County Republican Conservative Club, the Hood County Republican Party, and others, good grief, it's quite a crowd here today. I encourage all of you to vote for Granbury as the historic community, and I know that when you pull this up and you look at the photo that's used in the advertising, and it's that big, beautiful courthouse you have, that you guys will want to vote as well. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And what a great job does Tammy do? You didn't mention her name, did you?
I stand on the shoulders of so many others. Miss Burwell will know that well, because she was here when they had the three-peat.
I know.
She does a great job.
Thank you for coming down and speaking. Okay. The next speaker is Danny Lakey.
Thank you guys for giving me a couple minutes to talk. I'm glad I followed that. So I represent a group called Protect Hood County. We're a group that is against some of the pollution that's coming into the area. We've recently got our website up and got some things so we can do some funding. I think you know most of us who live out on Contrary Creek suffer the brunt of the pollution in terms of both air and noise pollution. We've also got water pollution that's on the way just because of all the increased industrial stuff. We want to keep Granbury a place where people want to come. We want people to think of it as a great community, a great small town, a historic small town. We don't want it people to think of it as a place for pollution, which is what's coming. So we just want to make you aware of the fact that we have a website. It's called Protect Hood County. All you got to do is search it. You'll find it. We're trying to put information up there. We encourage you guys to go to the website, check it out, tell people about it. Anybody who wants to help, just literally protect Hood County against some of the things that can be coming in. Because we're in a county, we don't have some of the protections that maybe you have in a city where we are in Granbury. So we just encourage everybody to kind of get behind it and help us. We've been an unaffiliated, ungrouped citizens. We are now official. We've kind of been pushed into that direction. So I wanted to let you guys know that it's out there and encourage you guys to go out and visit it for us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all the speakers at large. Okay, so the next agenda item is the miscellaneous business to be discussed. And the first item is consider and take appropriate action to award RFP 2025-02 paving, drainage, and grading improvements at the Acton Annex Choose option 1 or option 2, determining the funding source, authorize the county judge to sign the associated contract and license for access to 5429 Acton Way. The illustrious Glenn Tillman, our purchasing agent. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. So this item was tabled a couple weeks ago. We received, once again, we received one bid from MHB Construction of Fort Worth. It includes everything on Kimley Horn's plans, including the demolition, haul-off of the current wall, the slope and drainage system above the wall, design and installation of the new wall, the new storm drainage grate and pipe around the back of the property to provide drainage, and various grading and pavement repairs. And as requested, they bid both the concrete wall option and the dry stack block wall option. And we also have a license for access to the property next door so that we can, as the construction happens, we're allowed to be on that property and tie into the drain spouts on that building next to it.
Okay, good. Do you have any discussion?
Yeah, that, I think we're still in the same place that we were a couple of weeks ago. And how many hits did you say that you had, people that came and looked on the, or looked at the requirements?
There were 21 entities that downloaded the specs and the plans in the RFP.
I'd like to see us put this back out as two separate RFPs. I mean, the one that's already been turned in, of course, let's go ahead and consider that one in that. But I would like to see to put it out as two separate RFPs to see if we can get some more interest. I don't really want to operate off of one bid. That's, you know.
Okay.
Separating, when you say two different ones, how would you divide it?
I would go with the dry stack or the interlocking blocks, retaining wall as a separate bid, and then the drainage as a separate also.
Okay. It does help get more bids the simpler that that we make it.
Yeah, I'm afraid we may have, gotten a little complicated if 21 entities looked at it and only one decided to go forward with it. So I say I would like to see us do this.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, motion to put out for RFPs for those two.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Andrews to put out item number 1, the drainage and paving at Acton Annex, converted into 2 bids instead of 1, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
I want to be sure I understand. So the first bid will be for the dry stack, and so we're eliminating the concrete retaining wall option.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to be sure that's what you said.
And do we want to sign the license for access while we have it?
Well, there's some
available?
questions about that Melissa's looking into. They're asking for $2 million in liability, unless you got an answer this morning.
Actually, I can address that.
Okay.
What they're asking for, part of our bid process is we require insurance from the vendors. And our requirements, shooting off from my memory, is $1 million per occurrence and $2 million aggregate. And so what they're doing is they're asking that when we accept a bid, we'll get a certificate of insurance. They're asking us to provide that to them as well, is what they're doing there. They're not asking us to cover them. They're asking that we share our certificate of insurance that we get from the vendor with the owners of the property next door.
Okay. Do you see any problems? I mean,
I do not, as long as it's the contractor that's carrying the coverage.
okay.
Okay. With that clarification, you got that in the bid. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn. All right, item number 2, discuss and take appropriate action to allow Mission Granbury and CASA of Hood, Somerville County to place CASA blue flags and blue and teal lights around the courthouse during the month of April in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month. Additionally, allow the Paluxy River Children's Advocacy Center to place 4 6-foot blue ribbons in the 4 corners of the square for the same time period. Mission Granbury and Child Abuse, is anybody here from Paluxy River up here? Come on up, we got the usual suspects, you see, that taking care of our kids. Come on, your face, good. Yes, sir, what do y'all got?
So we are looking to put those up on the 1st. That would be the child abuse prevention flags as well as the ribbons, and we will take them down on the 30th.
Right. And we do that every year.
Yes, sir.
And it looks good, and it makes the community aware, and it's a good thing to do that.
And we secure them there so they don't blow up well, barring we don't get another one of the winds like we did earlier.
Right.
So,
Well,
yes, and they
y'all
are
do-
secured, yes.
Y'all do a good job, and y'all put them up, and you take them down, and
Yes.
that's great. I think we should do that. I move that we allow Mission Granbury and CASA to place the CASA blue flags and blue and teal lights around the courthouse during the month of April in recognition of Child Abuse Month, and allow Paluxy River Child Abuse Advocacy Center to place 4 6-foot blue ribbons in the 4 corners of the square for the same time period.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Unanimous, 5-0. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank y'all for all you do. Thank you very much.
Hang on.
Okay, item 3, discuss and take appropriate action to allow Mission Granbury to display 6-foot ribbons and a clothesline project from April 1st, 2025 until April 30th, 2025 in recognition of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Almost the same people up here again. Yes, ma'am.
So we would put it up on April 1st and take it down on the 30th. We've done it the last 3 years, and each year we get more people that participate in the clothesline project.
It's really a good job, and y'all do a really good job, and it looks great right there on the south end of the courthouse. So thank you very much. Do I hear a motion?
Yes,
I
sir.
move that we allow Mission Granbury to display a 6-foot ribbons and clothesline project from April 1, 2025 to April 30th, 2025 in recognition of Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to allow Mission Granbury to display 6-foot ribbons and a clothesline project from April 1st, 2025 until April 30th, 25 in recognition of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Take care of it. Thank you so much. Item number 4, consider and take appropriate action to award primary and alternate vendors for RFP 2025-03 non-spec aggregates. Mr. Glenn Tillman.
Thank you. So the RFP 2025-03 non-spec aggregates closed on February 27th at 10 a.m. There were 4 qualified responses, the lowest being from Green Dream International and from Vulcan Construction Materials. This was a price-only solicitation. So Road Ops and Purchasing recommend the award to Green Dream International as the primary vendor and Vulcan Construction Materials as the alternate vendor. And the scoring is up on the screen for you.
Has the county ever done business with Green Dream?
No. The director of road operations said he has hauled out of that pit before. It's just south of the county. And so he believes that the material there is good. Researching the company, they seem to be a rather large company that owns many pits around the country, and seem to be a very legitimate, very legitimate company. But that's also part of the reason why we choose a primary and an alternate, because if we ever do have issues.
The estimates, sizable difference between, the estimates. So that was really for, if we've ever done any business with them or not.
Yeah, no, we have not. We have not.
Well, with that, I'd like to make a motion to award to RFB 2025-03 non-spec aggregates to Green Dream International as the primary and Vulcan Construction Materials as the alternate.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to award the RFP 2025-03 non-spec to Green and second as to Vulcan. Second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 5. Authorize the county judge to execute the County Child Welfare Service non-financial agreement. And we have with us here today Tammy McGuire.
Thank you.
Who does a great job with this. How long have you been doing this?
25 years, 10 in the county and 15 down in Harris County.
Only 25 years.
So, and this, take one pass out, this is our board membership and our upcoming event, but most importantly is our response to the non-financial services agreement. The biggest thing I can tell you is I haven't seen this document over 20 years, so I'm not sure how or why it is in your possession and for approval. The statute 2006 has morphed and changed significantly in the last 20 years. I'm very intimately involved with it because I was one of the original people from Houston who presented to Austin in legislation back in 2007 to change CPS activities. Probably the biggest thing I can tell you is the establishment of the boards themselves. It has changed to honor each county's different makeup and what are the needs in those counties. Our county made changes in 2007, and then since then, 2011, and well, the last one, 2011, to take care of us. We have 11 members on our board. Each term is 1 year. We review every year everyone's role and what role they want to play on certain committees. Commissioners are welcome to attend. It's not necessary because you also get the minutes as well. They're publicly posted along with our agenda each month. The only thing that is not posted is closed session, which includes children information, which is obviously kept private. But the commissioners do not appoint or assign our board as of 2011. That has changed. So I'm not sure why this document is in front of you and where it came from. It does no longer apply. And that actual document has changed numerous times, and it's not even, the revision level isn't even notated on that. So I'm not sure how it came into be presented.
I know that I've never signed it, and one was signed by Judge Cockerham, my predecessor, and I think '04, and then again in '07 or something
yeah,
like
that was when it changed.
And that was the last time that it's been signed, I don't think.
So I'm not sure why it's come up again. So it should not be. It should not be a factor. Our role is strictly, we're the fiduciary responsibility for you. We take the amount this year was approved for $20,000. That amount covers the things that the state doesn't. So majority of it is emergency clothing and items that Medicaid doesn't respond to. So if someone needs a psychosexual evaluation or wants better eyeglasses, you know, the state will only pay for bifocals and kids want progressive, those kind of things. We pay for those differences, and that's what that $20,000 that you provide covers. In addition, we have a nonprofit to cover additional items that it would not be in the taxpayer's interest to cover those expenses. So we cover those on a nonprofit side.
In fact, the sheriff and I have spoken at y'all's deal down at the park down here every year for the last, I guess, Sheriff, it's been 6 years that I've been speaking. You've been speaking more than that, but it's a great deal. The pinwheels, it's a very well-attended deal. You're there, aren't you, Faye? Mm-hmm. Are you there, Richard?
Multiple organizations that we work with together are a part of that. And one of the biggest misconceptions in that document is DFPS is no longer in the role that is described in that document. DFPS is now only the investigative unit of the state. OCAC is the privatized group, and I have brought with me the supervisors as well as my right-hand man, Crystal. Crystal is a paralegal and administrative assistant for OCAC, Our Community, Our Kids. If there's ever a question, I go to her first. If she needs an answer, she will find it and get it for us. So she's pretty phenomenal.
Go. Crystal, you want to come on up, please?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think,
By the way, everybody on the board, y'all run a background check on everybody.
Yes, sir.
And that's paid. Everybody is vetted before they are.
More significant than the current county. As of, I think, 2017, we were asked to cover that cost, and so we chose to go a different route versus the county route. And our background check is more stringent. It's 2 levels more stringent. We're a level 3 that we provide on background check. So it goes not only Texas, the county, but it also goes nationally, just for everybody.
Okay.
thank you, Ms. McGuire, for answering all my questions, and I'm glad I brought this up to you so you could see that.
I had
there
no
was-
idea.
Yeah, and so you sent me the bylaws, and the bylaws still state that, that the Commissioners Court, it says, on composition, the board shall consist of up to 15 Hood County residents appointed by the Hood County Commissioners Court. That's in the current bylaws that you sent me.
But there's multiple amendments at the end. So there's 2 amendments that are page 6 and 7 where that has changed. That is no longer done by the commissioners. It's done by the nominating committee. And I'm more than happy to send those bylaws. I sent those to you yesterday.
Okay.
Can provide those to Brenda Lambert, and she can distribute them.
I see it, I just didn't scroll to the very bottom.
Okay?
It's on there. Okay, thank you. So are we tabling this?
I'm not sure it is an issue.
I don't either. I don't know how I got it here. It's got, you can use my name or not. I sign anything that's put out in front of me, basically. So, Crystal, you tell me if y'all need it to do anything, fine. If you don't.
My opinion is file 13 on that document.
Right,
It's not.
Well, I know that in years past, I've never signed it before. so
Correct.
I just assume not, but y'all do such a great job, and there's so many great people that's down there, and so many parents with children that are so grateful. That is a fabulous event that's down at the park.
Thank you.
Right across from the conference center. What's the name of the park?
It's Hewlett Park,
Oh,
and
yeah,
actually
Hewlett.
I have flyers for y'all this
Yeah.
year instead of kites, because it's always such a, to see if the wind is going to work and if it's raining.
Yeah.
So we're doing a bubble party along with the pinwheel planting this
Good.
year.
Well, I look forward to being there. And I'm volunteering the sheriff to be there also. Sheriff Dees, you don't have enough on your plate, so I'm volunteering you to give a speech down there too, okay?
Thank you,
So
sir.
he's
Thank you,
there.
Court.
Thank you both for coming down, Crystal. Thank you. Y'all both do a great job then. So I guess don't have to do anything then. Okay. All right, that brings us down to item number 6, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt grant administration policies and procedures. Okay, look here.
This is our grant writer. His name
That's
is
Patrick?
Patrick Pittman.
Patrick Pittman.
Pleasure to meet you.
Alliteration. It's easy to remember.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So
Take it away.
he and I have been working tirelessly on building out some structure for the grant writing avenue of my office. So Patrick has put together this beautiful timeline, a Chevron matrix that all of you guys should have received, that shows in a nutshell what the grant policies include. I'll let him talk about, there was a couple revisions that were made. He attended a conference training Thursday and Friday, and he learned a few things. So I'll let him take over. Welcome, Patrick.
Okay, welcome, Patrick. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. Just to kind of clarify a few points, because I know there was some questions made about changes. Most of them were based around one of about 3 things. The first one was clarifying that if we apply for a grant, that grant is for a program. And even if it's for like an equipment, like most recently with county getting the sheriff's office some additional hard body armor, it's not just we want to buy body armor, it's, oh, we're creating a program to equip our officers with body armor. That's just kind of how grant applications normally work. So clarifying a few things budget-wise, that, for instance, you have to have expenses made during that program timeline. If you apply for something beforehand, before the grant it goes into effect, or if the money isn't spent by the time the grant timeline comes to an end, it would not qualify for reimbursement. A couple of notes about how budgets work, so including comments on the de minimis rate, which is the federally established rate for indirect costs associated with various projects, and notes on, I'm trying to,
The term is supplementing.
thank you. And then the last thing was including some additional clarification on supplanting, which occurs when, as an organization, we're already receiving state or federal funds to do something, we already are receiving state funds, or we have local funds to do something, and we receive federal funds, and all of a sudden, we decide, oh, well, we don't need this local funding for this project anymore. We can shift it somewhere else. And we can't do that. It's against the law. And so I've added a bit of information there just to kind of clarify that supplanting, what that is, why it's not allowed, and how, instead of supplanting, the county needs to make sure that it's supplementing its programs. So a line item that says, hey, we want to buy 9 pieces of armor, but if we get this grant, we can afford 27, would not be, that would be supplementing. Putting a line item in that says, hey, we are expecting to spend this amount of money so it can be reimbursed because we're expecting to get this grant, but we've not yet awarded it, would be supplementing. That would be allowable. And then anytime we use funding appropriately, but then we can add something additionally onto it to one of our programs. So that's where the 3 major differences are. I know there were some questions asked about why you got a last-minute modification to the policies and procedures. That's when I got the information and do my best to pass it along.
Good.
I really appreciate all the work that went into this and getting this. We have needed a process in place, and so this is really good. I think it's 18 pages long, and I know I have some questions and changes. I don't know if anyone else does. But my recommendation is that thank you for providing this, and let's take some time to review it and look at it, because it's very comprehensive. And so I would like to move to table it, let us review it, provide you feedback individually, and then bring it back for a vote. So.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to table item number 6, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously, so we'll table it till sometime in the future. Okay, that brings us to item number 7. Discuss and take appropriate action to provide guidance and priority on upcoming grant opportunities. Same people.
So you should have received a Word document that looks a bit like this. This is one of the 2 pages. And what I'm attempting to do under the guidance of Stephanie Matlock is just make sure that we're staying very transparent with what opportunities exist to the county, keeping an open list. Obviously, this will kind of change kind of month to month as more as we find more opportunities in research, or as people come forward and talk to me. For instance, just yesterday afternoon, one of the members of maintenance came forward and said, hey, do you know of any grant opportunities to help with preserving the historic jailhouse? And I was like, oh, well, and I found 1 or 2. So things will change as they go, but this is just an attempt to be transparent and let the county kind of say, hey, we think this is a good idea, we want to focus on this, or, oh, hey, we want to focus on that.
Okay.
There's a pretty broad spectrum of grants available, both on the state and federal level, and it takes a considerable amount of research to narrow this down into a palatable document. So that was also one of the missions of our policy and procedure, is to kind of share that responsibility with the department heads and whatever their desires or they shortcomings or needs or wants or plans for the future, because it is quite a vast ocean of opportunity out there. So this is an idea to kind of see what the court wants to focus our efforts on and mirror and partner with that policy and procedure that shares the ownership of that.
Good.
So looking at, well, I don't know, it doesn't have page numbers, but the one, right in the middle, it says Firehouse Subs Foundation Grant. Oh, there it is. So that has a pretty near term.
Yeah, so both the Leary Firehouse, the Leary Firefighters Foundation Grant and the Firehouse Subs Foundation Grant, those are a bit unusual. Most of the time, whenever a notice of funding opportunity is posted, they'll say, hey, get your letters of intent in by this point or get your applications in by this point. Those two are a bit unusual because they both say, hey, this upcoming quarter, we can award this many grants. And once we've hit this many grants, we're done. So they are both upcoming, but if we're gonna go after them, they need to be priority. That way we can get those in on the 3rd and on the 1st, respectively. That's also why it says opened instead of due.
Okay. And then the other one that looks, is the one at the top of the page, that Operation Lone Star. We're not, you mentioned that we're not within the 20-mile range of the international border, but do you think there's still, what would that grant provide?
It is primarily there to help with any expenses incurred by the law enforcement or EMS to help with typically undocumented migrants. When I was doing the research for this document, I wasn't able to get an immediate good number of how many of our convictions are undocumented migrants, but if we have a good number of them, then it may be worth including. That's there for completion or for the sake of ensuring we have it on hand in case it happens to come up. That's one of the few things where I'm like, we're not target, but we may be able to get something out of it.
So are you asking us to give you some ideas on, that's the intent of this?
It's transparency,
Okay.
and if there's something on this list that you're passionate about, then we would be happy to pursue it. Just as you've tabled the policy and procedure, what kind of sets the tone with, if you're interested in something and you find there's an opportunity out there, then you help us, find the direction to go in. Right now, of course, we're working on policy and procedure. We have a manual that we'll also be putting together internally. So we still have a lot of groundwork to cover, but if there's something on this list or something not on this list that you guys are passionate about, we're happy to hear and work together to, bring it to fruition. So.
Great idea, and working with the department heads too, in their particular departments. That's great too, so. Did you say that there was something that maybe is a grant available for the historic courthouse because of all the broken glass that was happening? Is there anything available?
There is a couple of things. So the courthouse, it's not currently open. They're saying it's expected to open within a couple of months. And that's the Texas Historic Society. And then the jailhouse, there's one or two other options that I found that I was literally doing research 4:30 last night. I've forwarded it to Stephanie Matlock, and I can forward it as requested. But neither one of them are open yet, and that's the problem with a lot of, I don't say that's the problem, but that's one of the things about grants is that they're typically long-term. A lot of these that you see that are due, in March, the previous ones that we're working on with the sheriff's office that were due in February, those aren't going to be awarded until August, September, when the new fiscal year starts. So I can work on trying to find some emergency funding, but it will not be kind of a typical grant process.
Well, but we're going to have to do something right away because we don't want rain coming into it. So they're doing it right now. So maybe you can find something, just looking in your spare time, and you see something that can make retroactive to pay for it. But no,
Yeah, because
that sort of thing.
looking at that yesterday, I've noticed that there are some places that need some attention on the courthouse, some painting and scraping and stuff like that. So maybe there's some kind of a tie-in there that we could do. So.
Good initial start. I like this. I like the policy. We got something finally in place. This is a good beginning, and we'll just have to amplify it from here. So thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
On that,
Thank you.
well, I think they're looking for some direction. For me, the two that jumped out to me were those two firefighter grants. You might want to.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely, of course, in my concern. And the agricultural water conservation grants, too. I know that we had talked to Upper Trinity's got something that could even be used here on the courthouse, but I think that one's, I got a late notification on that one. I think it's already closed, but that's something. And then, of course, my low water crossing in Stroud Creek is always on my mind, so I think I've.
Which one is that?
It's not on here,
Oh,
but
okay.
anything that could go toward that direction with the,
On the top of the second page, County Essential Services, I'd like to look into that one, and I agree with Commissioner Andrews on the look into the agricultural water conservation grants. And the Leary and the firehouse, I mean, I'd just soon have make a motion to go for those two to get something done today since we're here.
Yeah, is that what you're looking for, is a motion and a second to say, yeah, definitely pursue these, or just more,
What do you
yeah,
guys
that's a
think?
good idea? I mean, that.
Yeah, I think I want you guys to be involved in the process.
Right.
And I want to hear what you guys want us to do, what your goals, aspirations, interests are, and then we'll pursue them. It doesn't have to be a motion, I don't think. I just want to share what we're working on and let you know that this is Patrick and introduce you to him and just, share we are working diligently towards a successful grant program.
I do have one question on this cancer screening. I keep trying to scroll with my wrong computer there. The cancer screening grant there, is that for like county employees or open to members of the community, or?
It is funding, trying to remember off the top of my head, I believe it's funding to help fund programs that do like cancer screening for like general public. So if the county was to directly pay for cancer screening medical opportunity to residents, that would be the sort of program that it pays for. It's one of those things where I was doing research and it got flagged as county, and I read it, and its intended audience would be people like, oh, hey, this hospital wants to provide it, or oh, hey, this nonprofit wants to provide it, but there's no reason why, if the county's directly planning such a program out, we couldn't apply for it. Like I said, this represents a wide net because we wanted y'all to have an idea like, hey, there's a wide option available. So sometimes you get things like, oh, hey, technically we could pay for that if we're doing that.
Gotcha.
So what about, have you talked to the Sheriff's Department on the Lone Star grant? Do you think that we would qualify for that, or?
I have not yet. I'm going to email him today, though, just to see. Like I said, it's mainly the question of how many undocumented migrant costs are associated with that, because it's a separate program. But I can email the sheriff's office.
Yeah. I don't know if he has any comments on that now, or probably. So if you would talk to the sheriff's office and see, I think if we do qualify for that, I think that, based on what the sheriff says, that might be a good one to go after. And then what about the Gary Cincy Foundation First Responders Grant? It's on the, it says it's open year-round, so I guess there's not a deadline.
That one was a nonprofit. that one was one of those, there was a website that said, hey, we provide funding, and I would need to go ahead and, I need to dig more into it. It just says it provides funding for equipment and training. The next step for these, for the Leary's, the next step for the Leary, the next step for these, for the Leary Foundation, Firehouse Subs, is I'm gonna go ahead and send, since those seem to be a popular thing, is to send an email to the county fire marshal, say, hey, would you be willing to act as kind of the project manager on this, or at least the expert when it comes to the county affairs? See what he thinks the different volunteer fire departments need, and then we can start working on creating projects to say, oh, we need to outfit this department with this equipment, or oh, hey, we want to create a program to train, someone in this department for this, and then move on from there.
Okay.
Any of that stuff, of course, that firefighting equipment is extraordinarily expensive, and there are opportunities out there, but to bring them all together and get the best equipment provided that we possibly can is always going to be high up on my list. So,
Well, it's the Leary bullet point says it requires a letter of inquiry. So what are the elements of that letter?
It's very similar to a grant application. It's just a very shortened version, very abbreviated. Full grant application is typically pages long. It could be 5, 10, sometimes more if we start getting into federal grants, of budget, of narrative, of all sorts of things. A letter of inquiry is about 1, maybe 2 pages that says, hey, we want to apply for this, we'd use it for this, it would probably cost about this much money, and it gives someone a very quick snapshot overview.
So do they have, it almost sounds like it's a condition before you file for the grant. Is that the way you understand that?
Yes.
So you'd send that to them, and then they'd come back and say, you're wasting your time or not?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would certainly say get on that one, so.
County clerk might be interested in a couple that sit up there on the historic records, digital. No match fees in the county would have to provide any money for that, right?
Correct.
State 2020.
505, is that the one? Okay.
So the processes with all these different entities look a little different. So it does take a huge amount of research, development, meetings, data gathering, then, several different reviews of writing things up. So this is not a fast turnaround process typically. So just to set the expectation that these things take a lot of effort. And so what we can do is, look into all of these different items and then give you more detail, right? And then, share the processes of the ones that you've shared your interest with and keep you updated along the way, especially ones with the shorter timeframes. We're still working on how we're going to share that information with you. I was thinking I would add it to my monthly report, but we haven't figured out the media, what that looks like, how we share that. So we're working towards a very transparent process. This grant's in X phase, Y, Z, whatever. These are the anticipated steps, timelines, all of that. So stay tuned for that part of it too.
And I would anticipate that these things, like you said, a lot of research and stuff, it takes quite a bit to go in and apply for something. And if it's not really, what you're saying is if it's not really something that the court's desirous of pursuing, then let us know before we spend the effort doing that type of thing. And I could see that this is going to take some whittling down to get us, where we need to go. And it's, being in this situation, we can't just pick up the phone and go, hey, Patrick, go get this grant over here, and you call the rest of the court members and say, hey, is it okay to get this? Because that's against the rules with county government. So it's kind of an odd situation of exactly how we have to address this. So.
Right, which is the goal of the policy and procedure. So
Yep.
it's a process, not an event.
right.
That's a good
No,
idea.
so, yeah, no, thank you. It's good stuff. I appreciate what you're doing here, and I think you've got a good direction going here, and this is a good thing.
How many weeks have you been on staff?
I was brought on staff early January.
Yeah. Thank you. The effort to put that policy together, I mean, that was a lot. So thank you.
Welcome.
Good job. Welcome aboard. Thank you. All right.
Thank y'all for your time.
Okay. All right, item number 8, discuss and take appropriate action to engage a professional resource to provide long-term cost analysis of current state and future state for the county jail. Future state is defined as the latest, dated February 5th, 2025, DRG proposed expansion of 21,553 square feet, resulting in an addition of 161 capacity jail. You put this on, Commissioner Samuelson, and we do have a number of speakers. In fact, we have 4 speakers. Okay.
Well, I'll kick it off and then just bring up the speakers. This is related to the proposed jail expansion. In an effort to provide transparency to the public, the idea to conduct a cost comparison to give the voters information, anticipating that this may come up for a bond in the future. It's, what you would term a capital comparison, cost comparison, give the voters information on, if we do nothing, this is the future state cost. If we do this, if we propose, if we go into a capital project and build onto the jail, this is what we could expect the ongoing future cost to be. So after reaching out to a few accounting firms, I did get some information back from Ide Bailey, which sent the proposal that's attached to the agenda. That's not the only option. Well, I guess when we'll have the speakers come up, and then Glenn, if you could give us your recommendation, but go ahead.
Okay, the first speaker is David Ferris.
Good morning. I think everybody knows me. Yeah, I just wanted to speak on this one a little bit. First time I spoke on the jail, it was $160 million for 160 prisoners. I kind of thought that was a bit outrageous. Then there was 50 million. And if I'm correct, I looked at this one and we're talking 20 million. Okay, we're starting to get a bit more reasonable. But you did talk about accounting firms and looking at where we might be in the future if we don't build a jail and if we do. I want to know, based on your quick comment right then, I'm taking a little different tact, is if we look at this country over the past few years across the country, enforcement of people committing crimes, jail actually being a deterrent has pretty much dissolved across the country. Now, I'm not saying it's necessarily here, but there's also a lot of crime that passes through. Hopefully we're in an environment where the FBI, the federal justice system, and other cities will actually begin to be a deterrent to crime. Crime numbers will go down. I'm actually wondering how much of effect that could, a 10% drop, you may not need a new jail. And that may happen before a jail could even be completed. So $20 million is better if that's correct on the 160. But if I want to be optimistic, I'm still not certain we're going to need it. Short term, yeah, you're passing out prisoners. But there are going to be a lot of prisoners or potential prisoners that are going to be heading on airplanes out of here as well. So that and citizens. So I'm not certain the jail is necessary, and I don't think I would vote on it for it at this time.
Okay, the next speaker is Richard Hoffs. I'm getting close.
Close enough, Judge.
Okay.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My family pronounces it Hafes, but in here I'll be Richard Hoffs, and I'll answer to that gladly. Good morning again, and I've done some back-of-the-envelope calculations. I shared it with you, and the key is, what does it cost to house an inmate out of county? Last Commissioner's Court, the judge brought forth a contract with a county up in Oklahoma with a cost of $50 per prisoner per day. Well, at that rate, I'd say ship them all up there, reduce the size of our jail, and be done with it. Except, I don't think that's an unlimited resource. And I don't think it's going to stay that far below market for too long. And we're looking at a long-term proposal here. My analysis is based on current costs and my guess at the future. I'm not a jail expert. I've never run a jail, never worked in a jail, and except for a brief tour from our sheriff, have not been in a jail. So I'm not an expert, and don't rely on my financial analysis other than as a thought starter. You know, what's going to happen? How many jails are being built in the state of Texas? What's the overall population trend? I've heard numbers here in court that by 2040 we're going to have like 430 prisoners. Well, that's an increase of 11 per year over what we have now. So we have to look at that. What's the growth going to be? What's happening in counties around us? Are they building jails? Or are they going to be competing with us to send their inmates to Oklahoma as well? And it's got to be a supply and demand thing. So I've heard things in this court from other speakers. Some say, absolutely, it's a good thing, saves money to build the jail. Others say, don't do it because it's going to cost more. I don't know who's right, because I don't have that information, and I doubt that the court has it now. So having a professional firm with expertise come and help answer those questions will help provide the public with a feeling that this is the right thing to do. But I also want to remind the court and myself, this is not just a financial question. This is a public safety question. One of the county's primary responsibilities is to provide for the safety of the citizen, and sadly there are some people who we don't want running around loose. They're just bad people. And as our county grows, sadly, we're going to have a few more bad people decide to live here, and we're going to have to deal with it. So we have to take care of the public safety. I think this is a good study to help us decide what to do before we spend a bunch of money and start down a long-term path. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. The next speaker is Tim Bolton.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'll be brief. I'm speaking on everything today. I think that this court did a favor when you met last to talk about this discussion, just in terms of voter fatigue, to not put it on the ballot in May, to have it in November, and then to fail in November, and then again to fail in May. I think it would have. Then to put it on November again was just going to drive this community out, where I think the fact that it was not on the May ballot, or is not planned to be on the May ballot, that will drive this community to find more support for it, when, just as it was already said, that it was over 150 million, then 50 million, now 20 million. It's become something that the community can get to a place where that looks more like responsible governance, and we can get to a place where we can support that. I appreciate what's on the agenda today is to prescribe some analysis to do that, and thank you for that. The cost to do it versus the cost of not doing it. How much does it cost us to take those inmates, do we say inmates, elsewhere? I appreciate that. And I also noticed, I don't know if that was true of the first one, but what Mr. Pitts had, thanks for coming, by the way, had presented, there was also something in there about jails, and maybe can drive the costs out of jails, and maybe that can be part of the analysis as well. But I think just as population growth, everybody wants to be the last person to move here. But as our population continues to grow, we do have to make those considerations that maybe that becomes necessary at some point. Just all things being equal with population growth, that on a per capita basis, we're going to have some number of people that are going to be in jail. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker on this is Tina Brown.
Good morning. I just want to address that there's just one bid for this proposal for $35,000.
So far.
Okay, so, but what are you voting on today? To go with them, right?
There'll be some discussion.
Okay, so can I come back after the discussion to, if I have any other questions? I mean, that's what I thought you were going to do. I mean, I only see one bid. It's for $35,000. I know this is, everybody knows, I think we need a jail, or we need more beds. We're just sending them out. I'd rather be spending that money here in our community than in Johnson County or somewhere else. But you sent number one out for more bids for a parking lot and a wall. But you've only got one bid on this one for us to discuss today, or only one that was provided to the community. Is that right?
So what you're saying is that you would like to see more bids than just one bid on this?
Well, of course, because this is kind of expensive.
You want to table it and get some more bids?
And we need to, are you finished? I don't want to interrupt you if you still have.
Well,
I think she's made
that's really just, I just wanted to talk about this item, this agenda item, not whether or not we need a jail, just this item that we're spending we want to spend $35,000 on a study, but there's nobody else in the bidding for it. That just doesn't make sense to me. So,
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
This put out for any kind of proposal or bids? How did we get the $35,000 number?
No, it
And
was not.
remember, it's up to 35, it's not.
Yeah, Commissioner Samuelson solicited that proposal.
That's your job?
From that.
I brought it to the court and to Glenn for discussion. This is a starting place, so.
Okay, so I wanted to kind of pick it up from there. So this type of professional service is chosen by qualification, not price, according to local government code. And so and I think she got that to give an idea of what it would run. And so at that price level, approximately $35,000, the court really has three options. First off, we could go out for a request for qualifications from CPA firms, about a 2 to 3 month process. Generally, every CPA that responds is going to be qualified. You choose according to qualifications, and then you negotiate the price after that. The second option, if you wish to go with this proposal, you could simply declare Ide Bailey to be most qualified based on past experience, reputation, et cetera. Or you could approve a discretionary exemption for a professional service under Local Government Code 262.024A4. And so those are really your paths forward if you decide to do this.
And just to tag onto that, is it Ide or Ide Bailey?
I believe it's Ide Bailey.
Okay.
They were actually our auditors.
For many years.
Yeah,
We used them for a long time.
couple auditors back. So no, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, so I think it's pretty obvious that they are qualified to do it if you choose them to do it.
And we used them for probably 10 or 12 years, and we changed to a different auditing firm because it's recommended that every so many years we change to a different auditing firm. But this is a pretty simple, well, it's not that simple, but coming up with these numbers on the jail is a very specific, it's going to require a very specific outfit to do it. And Ide Bailey's one of them that can, maybe the only one. And so, and the purchasing statute allows us to, the three options that was just discussed. So-
Yes, you don't just go out for price on this type of a professional
Right, because
service.
it's under $50,000 is one parameter, right? Plus it's professional services, another parameter.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sorry,
I'm not advocating for any particular firm. I'm advocating that we do this analysis because I believe that we did not provide enough information to the voters last fall, and I would like the voters to have enough information where they can make an informed decision. So knowing what there's so much that goes into this. You have to take into account assumptions like inflation, population growth. There's so many things that you need. Transportation costs. You have to take a lot of things. There's going to be a lot of analysis that has to be done. There's going to need to be information provided from the sheriff's office on statistics. We have the needs analysis that we got from the jail commission that can be used. All those statistics can go into this. I'm not advocating for, as I said, any particular firm. I reached out to 3 different ones. This is the only one that said they had this expertise, but there are probably more. What would the length of time be if we put this out?
Usually this type of RFQ would be about 2 to 3 months.
Okay, and we know that we need to have the information available before August, or at least, well, I would like to have the information as soon as possible so the voters can understand it. But did you have something?
And yeah, I mean, there's also the concern, you got the RFQ, then you actually have to do the work. And how quickly can that come along? Because this is a very, I've tried to sit and get my head wrapped around this, and how do you figure in the costs that we pay defense attorneys for the time that they have to take to go to another county and visit with their clients? I think that's a non-direct cost. That how do you figure this stuff into this particular thing? So getting your head around all the math that's going into this is very complicated and difficult. And I like the idea of getting some professional guidance on this, but I do think that to some extent the clock is ticking. I know Dave hates to hear that, but I don't know how long we can drag this out before we decide what we can do on a bond proposal there to make the math work.
60 days, do you think you could get some bids out in 60 days?
But then we would still have to get the work completed, which I would anticipate that this is going to take some time. It's not something that they'll be able to do in a week or two.
Yeah, the process, the RFQ is put together. You put it out generally for 30 days. You get the responses, and then you have to go through the analysis of the qualifications of each respondent, which sometimes, they'll send back a book. And once you get through all that, you choose whom you determine to be most qualified. And then at that point, comes back to court for approval, and you negotiate price after that. And then you have the actual work to be done. So it's pretty lengthy process.
And to tag on to Commissioner Andrews, yes, we do have if there's going to be discussion of putting a bond issue forward for the November ballot, if that's going to be a topic if we're not going to talk about that, then yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. But if that's a potential thing that's going to happen, that's going to be kicked around in this court, that we pursue a bond issue for the November ballot, it has to be, the bond measure has to be down to the Secretary of State by August 20-something, 70 so many days back from the election. And so that means it has to be done, ready to go then. So that we're talking 4.5 months here. There's I went to the school board meeting last month, and they did a demographic study, which I hope that they will, whoever we retain, I'm fine with Ida Bailey, by the way, and we can hire them, and we do, under the statute, we can do it right now if we want to. But the median age in this county is 48.2. That's a very important number for somebody looking at a jail to look at, because the average prisoner, not the average, but 30% of prisoners are between 26 and 35. So just based on our demographics, we're going to tend to have a lower jail population based on our total population than some other counties. All those things need to be looked at by Ida Bailey or whoever. Number one, and number two, for instance, on today's agenda, we have, because we're trying to get ahead of the curve on this, we have the district judge coming in here for a few minutes to talk about the district court's component of what makes up jail population. We have the district attorney. He's got a stake in that action, and he's going to talk about his numbers. They just did had a story in the Hood County News back on the 22nd about the numbers from the DA's office, how they're improving, and you know, he's getting the cases running through there. Those are all components of jail population. I've got those on the agenda today for the very reason that Ms. Samuelson has to get some sort of numerical estimate on this, cost needs analysis. And I will remind you that we started out 5 or 6 years ago. They were wanting $120 million roughly to do this. Then we did a $50 million bond last November, and the voters said no. Now we're down to about $20 million. So we're getting into a ballpark to expand this jail that I think the voters may be able to take and swallow and vote yes on. But we're going to have to give them, from my seat in this up here on this dais, I want to make sure they have all the numbers that go to what causes you to have your jail population to be whatever it is.
And in this proposal, it says that they have 45 days or so to complete that project, and that puts us right at the beginning of July. And that's cutting it too tight,
because the court date that fits the schedule for the 12 days we've got to call for the bond is August 12th. That is the first court in August, and that is in the middle of the time frame that we've got to, have it declared. I mean, that's where we're at. That is so back to what you're saying, we've got to get moving forward to, get the numbers where we can, share with the citizenry. But this, that is the time frame that the bond will be called, or if we miss that, we can do it at a special call meeting, but it's preferred to do it on the August 12th date. And so that's where we're at.
Well, one thing, Ms. Brown, is that Commissioner Samuelson did say that she reached out to 3 different companies, and Ida Bailey is the only one that responded to it, so that...
Yes, I did not know that we had used them previously, so that does make a difference too.
I did hear back from, what's the name of our auditors, Patillo, and they said they do not do this type of work. So one didn't do it, the other didn't respond, and then Ida Bailey provided the information that I shared. And I worked with Glenn all along this process, so. And so we have these 3 options. Could you repeat those, please?
Yes, the first one would be to go out for the RFQ. The second one would be to simply declare Ida Bailey as qualified based on their experience and reputation. And the third, which is probably the one I would recommend, would be a discretionary exemption for professional service under Local Government Code 262024.
And a request for qualification doesn't come with a price tag either. So you don't actually get a proposal necessarily for how much it's going to cost. It's just to say, is this person the most qualified or not? I like your point, Tina. I do. I just think that it's, in this particular circumstance, I think there are some things working against us time-wise that we need to pull the trigger on this. That's okay. Right.
Local government code.
Tina agreed. Did y'all hear that?
What was the local government code, please?
262.024A4.
Okay. Well, yes, I'll make a motion that we move forward with Ide Bailey for the analysis of current state and future state analysis on the proposed jail, and declare them the most qualified vendor, or no, it's using the exemption of local government code 262.024 professional services.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to use the firm of Ide Bailey to provide the long-term cost analysis of the jail based upon the exemption of 262.042, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you. All right, item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt a resolution in support of House Bill 1378 and House Bill 1343 pertaining to risk presented by the operation of battery energy storage system, BESS projects. Commissioner Samuelson.
How are we paying for Ide Bailey? Contingency? Sorry. It's up to, I should have said that, it's up to, not to exceed $35,000.
Not to exceed $35,000. Good.
Thank you.
7 speakers, so that's 4 minutes and, all right, set it, so 4 minutes and 16 seconds. You want to start it off since?
Yes, thank you. Representative Troxclair and Verdell have submitted bills that offer protection for the risks presented by the battery energy storage systems. These risks are outlined in the resolution, and I spoke with Representative Troxclair's office last week, and they were unaware that these battery energy storage systems were also used in conjunction with the solar farms, cryptocurrency, and AI data centers. And these types of developments seem to be headed to Hood County, specifically in Precinct 1 and 2. And I think it's important to support the legislation that offers protections for the public and the residents of our precincts, but also Hood County. And as many said at the beginning of this Commissioners Court, we want to maintain our best historic small town in the United States, so we want to make sure that we protect the residents. So with that, go ahead.
Okay, with the first speaker is Carla Benson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Carla Benson. I am a resident in Pecan Plantation. So I am very concerned about the Rain Lily solar utility and that associated battery storage. As I understand it, the one that I'm speaking of will be directly across from Pecan Plantation Clubhouse, very near my home and many others. Now, I hope I have my terminology right, because what is listed under your 9 and what I'm reading from are a little different. I have a resolution here opposing the BESS in rural communities, and that is what I'm speaking to support, and however that falls into the terminology here. But my husband and I have lived very frugally. We've worked very hard to achieve that American dream of home ownership, and these type developments not only will affect our property values, as I understand it, it brings no jobs when operational, and most importantly of all, it increases the risk to our health and safety. There is a very scary list here of dangers, and my husband, who is has degrees in mechanical engineering, but has also worked strongly in chemical engineering, can talk to the reality of these. So I would just urge you to oppose any type of BES in our rural community. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, the next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
Judge, Commissioners, I thank you for allowing me to come up and talk about this resolution, and I have a few asks on it, but one is that you support it. So why is my community, Pecan Plantation, so concerned about this? Well, we started out, we were doing a petition drive to support Senator Birdwell's no tax abatement for wind, solar, and BES in the state. And we were also asking that Senator Birdwell look at fire and safety zones for these renewable projects. And as we got farther into it, and people began to come up and sign on the petition, what happened was I began to really look into BES, these battery storage systems. And the first thing that jumped out at me was January 16th, 2025, this year, the world's largest BES, Moss Landing, which is right on Monterey Bay. So that's, it's owned by Vistra, the ones that own the BES that's right on the lake, De Cordova BES. And they had a fire there. And not just a little fire. It was the world's largest BES, and smoke started coming out of there on Tuesday. People were noticing it. Well, on Thursday, they had, you can look at pictures of it, I mean a fire. And they, what they did was they let it burn out. It took 2 days for it to burn out. Well, when it burned out, toxic gases went all over the place. So this community is actually right on Monterey Bay. The closest town to it is Miscellaneous, and which is 12 miles away. Even with saying that, they had to evacuate 1,500 people. And then this morning, I was Googling, looking at more, and I saw that it reignited on February 18th. And they had to put it out again. So then, I see that we already have one BES in our county. And now there's going to be one less than 1/8 of a mile away from Pecan Plantation. And that's very concerning to me, very disturbing to me. So I emailed our wonderful, and I do mean this, fire marshal, who is very responsive, emailed me back, and I asked him about, what the response would be. So, that property is off of 326, and so the first ones to respond would be Glen Rose. And then Indian Harbor's 25 miles away, and Pecan Plantation Volunteer Fire Department's 27 miles away. So what would the response be? And I guess he would have to evaluate it when he got there. Is it a little fire? Is the whole thing on fire? Do we have thermal runaway? What do we have here? And then he said that, there's a foam that they have in the department, and it was let me get it. It's a class 3 3AFFF. Well, I started looking into that, and I started looking at what is used for a small lithium battery fire, and it is a F500 encapsulator agent. And it's not really a foam. What it does is it's environmentally friendly and it's non-toxic. When I looked at the foam that we have here in Hood County, it has PFAS in it. And I'm going, oh, great, you know, okay, so we're out at Abbey Bend, we have a fire, and we start putting a foam that has PFAS in it. Well, there's a contaminant in itself, so I'm concerned. And then I see that this other foam, you know.
Ms. Highsmith, I'm sorry, but your time's up.
Okay, well, it is what it is. Anyway,
You got your point.
you got my point.
I do have a clarification on the miles. For the reason that the fire department is so far is just because, as the crow flies, the Pecan Fire Department is probably 2 miles away or 3 miles away from the site. But because of the way the roads are, you have to go a route 27 miles to get to that part of Hood County.
That's correct. And Glen Rose is 13 miles away.
Okay.
So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just for the record, Mr. Highsmith, do you agree with your wife on this one? I just want to try to not have any discord in the Highsmith home. Okay. The next speaker is David Ferris.
Hello again. Well, I'm not even going to need my 4 minutes and 20. It's going to be relatively simple. My experience a long time with computers and large computer systems, huge computer rooms at a multi-billion-dollar company is, yeah, we have backups, or battery backups, but what they're designed for is 5 or 10 minutes. They're designed to keep the computers running until either a generator kicks on to provide the power, or until you shut down the computers gracefully rather than a hard failure. All right? When I looked at this, it's like the crypto plant. No, that's got to be bigger than this. So, and yeah, storage, you're trying to store solar energy. I'm sorry. Batteries are not yet, in my opinion, developed enough to handle that safely. There's too much pollution. There's too much pollution in solar cells, a solar farm, or windmills whenever it comes through. In fact, on social media, a post from a post from a post, and I looked at it and it said, solar panels near Pecan Plantation were destroyed. And I thought, well, were they out there? Okay, and the video, it was a whole acres and acres that were totally destroyed. Decimated, everything. Well, found out, no, there is nothing in that area yet, so okay. But I was actually looking, and what I came across was it had to be real video from either Houston last year, south of Houston, a huge solar plant, or a solar farm, totally decimated by hail. But actually, I think it was more the one in 2023 in Nebraska, where it was like 3,400 acres that was just totally decimated. None of the green energy, in my opinion, is really safe to use. And I put the BESS in the same category. It's just, those batteries, they'll get hot, they'll run away, start a fire. Yeah. Airplanes, for some reason, don't like them. So you're limited on that. Gotta greatly, I know you may not be able to do anything on, if there's no abatement, but there should be rules to limit it, and liability, insurance, et cetera. So I would definitely be against them around me.
speaker is Tim Bolton.
Thank you again. I'll be brief. So I'm really going to speak on both of these that you have upcoming agenda item 9 and 10. Maybe I'll take a second on 10 as well. But I just think that this court taking up that resolution speaks volumes to other counties in Texas to make sure that that's understood by them from our own experience. Having gone through those and exposing them to what our experience has been on Bitcoin and the solar farm and now this battery storage facility, that those things are destroying our environment, destroying the lives of really the people who live close to those. And, you know, there's the NIMBY problem, and I understand that, but at least it needs to be understood by everyone that that's happening. And I don't mean to besmirch our neighbors to the south, but Somerville, you know, they're talking about putting those solar farms really technically in Somerville County, but they affect us on this side. They're not in anybody's backyard in Somerville County, so they don't have any loss to that. It is in our backyard because we're on the county line, and I live in Pecan Plantation as well, you guys know. So thank you for taking up this resolution and talking about that. I don't know of Rain Lily or Yellow Viking or by any other name, those things coming along. I know we're not talking about that in this, but just generally want to express my support and favor for the resolution that you guys are considering. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Dee Verbano.
Good morning. My name is Dee Urbano. I'm also a resident out at Pecan Plantation. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the Pecan Plantation Homeowners Association. But today I'm speaking as a member, as a resident of Pecan Plantation, not as a board member. I urgently seek your support to prevent the development of the Rain Lily Solar Farm and Battery Project, as well as the second proposed facility, to be owned and operated by Lydian Energy, adjacent to our community, and the Brazos River. We, the residents of this community, would like to voice our collective concern about the potential adverse effects that these projects could have on our property values, environmental integrity, and the overall quality of life for the 8,000 current and 3,000 future residents of the Pecan Plantation. We are deeply concerned about the consequences of large-scale solar developments near residential communities like ours, as well as those adjacent to ecologically sensitive areas like the Brazos River. Residents living near these projects are guaranteed to bear the negative impacts, including economic and environmental risks. Beyond economic concerns, there are serious environmental risks. Water runoff issues, like those caused by multiple Swinnerton energy projects in 3 separate states, resulted in $2.3 million fines by the EPA. A similar failure here would pose a significant threat to our Brazos River, all of the residents around it, and the wildlife that depend on it for survival. Additionally, battery storage facilities introduce serious potential fire hazards. Have you ever seen one of those videos where an electric car or even an electric phone blows up and starts fire? Think of that about 5,000 times bigger. Additionally, battery storage facilities introduce serious potential fire hazards and the resulting contamination risks. This significant health and safety concern related to these projects is the potential for the ignition of fires and thermal runaway events. These events, which once initiated, are extremely difficult to extinguish and can cause explosions and toxic gas relief, physical damages, and loss of life. In this geographic area that's already subject to drought and destructive wildfires, any increase in fire in the county impacts catastrophic insurance ratings, which will result in higher insurance costs and for residences due to increased premiums and deductibles. We urge you to adopt HB 1378 and HB 1347 pertaining to the risks related to the operations of battery energy storage system projects. Please consider legislation that directly regulates such developments. Your leadership is essential in balancing the benefits of the energy production with environmental protection and community welfare. I appreciate your time and consideration and look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the last speaker is Shannon Wolf. Who?
Jeannie Curry. She had signed up as well. Are you here, Jeannie? Yes. Okay. You did sign up. Okay. So Shannon and then Jeannie.
Okay, well, we'll just, I don't see it here. Maybe I'm mixing it up. We'll call her. Thank you for.
Thank you so much. Over the past year, myself and others have raised the alarm concerning the pollution in Precinct 211. I encourage you, if you have time, take a drive out there. I think what you're going to find are some beautiful views of the lake, ranches, homesteads that have been in families for generations, and some newer homes, an elementary school, churches, and some of the very best neighbors around. You'll also see the monstrosity that is the Bitcoin plant, 3 gas power plants, and the largest battery storage system inside the state of Texas. That storage system is directly next to one of those gas power plants. Think of the fire that Cindy Highsmith just told you about, and now put a gas power plant right next to it. It also sits dangerously close to Lake Granbury. You should be very concerned because me and my neighbors, we are very concerned. Soon you will have another gas power plant that will double the number of stacks and pollutants, another data center, and a Japanese-owned solar farm that will destroy the natural habitat of the bald eagles that live there, along with the endangered yellow-cheeked warblers. Imagine raising the land and putting a 1,200-acre solar farm right on the Brazos. Now, it was mentioned that the solar farm was going to be in Somerville County, and half of it's going to be in Somerville County. 600 acres of that is going to be inside 211. Let's not forget that that solar farm will have a battery storage system that will be attached to it inside 211, right next to Wolf Hollow 2, which is another gas power plant. So they're putting these battery storage facilities right next to a gas power plant. If they catch on fire, I'm not sure what would happen to this community. All of this is within approximately about 3 square miles. That's a lot within 3 square miles. It's also right on top of families. My neighbors are already sick from existing pollution. Every family that I know in this area has someone who is very ill. Wildlife is leaving the area. Livestock is not producing. Horses and pets are dying and have died. Bees left a long time ago, and we all know that things don't grow without bees. The resolution before you correctly identifies the dangers of these battery energy storage systems, fire hazards, toxic gases, including hydrogen fluoride, phosphoric fluoride, hydrogen cyanide. Imagine that in our lake. Formaldehyde and heavy metals, just to name a few. To be clear, these battery storage systems are dangerous and are being placed right next to gas power plants. This should be illegal. They are also being placed near families, many of them who are already sick, and that is just inhumane. Please sign this resolution, and then I beseech you, please let's work together to find a way to stop these corporations from destroying Hood County. Thank you.
Did fine. Last speaker, Jeannie Curry. I'm sorry, Ms. Curry. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll just briefly say I concur with the people previously stated reasons, and I ask that you make consideration and support the bill because I oppose any battery system. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. That's all the speakers.
You could bring up the resolution on the screen, please. So I encourage everyone to go and read the House Bill 1378 and House Bill 1343 to understand exactly what Representative Troxclair and Representative Verdell are requesting that the legislature do. And just as you know, as a timeline in the legislature, this Friday is the last day to present bills, which these bills have been presented, but they will probably be amended and changed throughout the process. Hopefully they make it to the floor for a vote. That's why we're sending this, or that's why I propose that we send this resolution to support these two bills. I'm not going to read the entire thing because it's quite long, but if you'll look there in the middle, and anyone can download this resolution from the Hood County website, but you'll see there in the middle the risk, the thermal runaway, chemical composition, risk of reignition, improper use and storage, environmental impacts, and you'll see there the toxic gases and the heavy metals. So whereas Texas battery storage systems are already integrated with solar projects, cryptocurrency data centers, and AI data centers, and whereas there has been an increased number of proposed solar, cryptocurrency, and AI data centers and battery storage systems projects in Hood County utilizing technology that is new, rapidly evolving, and for which there is not a well-documented history of impacts of these projects on local communities. So I'm going to skip down. You can read all of these. One of the significant safety concerns that was mentioned earlier has to do with whereas it's about in the middle of the page, whereas Hood County is in a geographic area that is subject to drought, severe and destructive wildfires, and as such, any increase in fire risk in the county impacts the catastrophic insurance rating, which will result in higher insurance costs for residents due to increased premiums and deductibles. So I'm going to skip down to whereas the Commissioners Court concurs in the need for the development of region-wide and/or statewide battery energy storage system legislation, design guidelines, development regulations, and location placement restrictions, whether standalone BESS or in conjunction with solar, cryptocurrency, or AI data centers. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Hood County Commissioners Court finds that solar, cryptocurrency, and AI data centers and battery energy storage system projects as currently designed and constructed are contrary to the fundamental economic development and health and safety goals of the county, and that the Hood County Commissioners Court hereby oppose the development and operation of all battery energy storage system projects in Hood County, whether standalone or in conjunction with solar, cryptocurrency, or AI data centers. Be it further resolved that the Commissioners Court of Hood County supports the efforts of state legislatures Troxclair and Verdell regarding House Bill 1378 and House Bill 1343 pertaining to the risks presented by the operation of battery energy storage systems projects, and requests that those bills be expanded to include the same risks presented by solar, crypto, and AI data centers. That copies of this resolution be transmitted to the offices of State Representatives Troxclair, Verdell, and Slauson, and State Senator Brian Birdwell. So I'll make a motion that we adopt this resolution.
So a motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to adopt resolution in support of House Bill 1378 and House Bill 1343 pertaining to risks presented by the operation of battery energy storage system. Any further discussion? Who seconds it?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you all. Okay. Item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt a resolution in support of Senator Birdwell's two bills. Senate Bill 1754 related to prohibition of ad valorem property tax exemptions for renewable energy facilities, and Senate Bill 878 providing for increased transparency regarding loans or grants in conjunction with tax abatement agreement. Again, Commissioner Samuelson.
Yes, thank you. This is, again, the timeliness of this is due to the legislature being in session, these bills being submitted by Senator Birdwell. Again, I encourage you to go to the Texas legislature and download and look at House Bill or Senate Bill 1754, but also as I was discussing the other bills with Troxclair's office, they mentioned that they have also submitted a companion bill in the House, House Bill 4057, that is in conjunction with 1754 on the tax abatements. So are there any speakers for this?
Yes.
Okay.
The first speaker is Mr. John Highsmith.
Good morning, I'm John Highsmith, and I'm here to ask for your vote to approve the resolution regarding Senator Birdwell's proposed legislation, SB 1754 and 878. And I'd like to show you something first. These are the petitions that we have obtained in Pecan Plantation. As of this day, we're up to about 724, and these petitions are in support of this legislation. So first, I'd like to give you some information you may find surprising, and there are 10 proposed bills in the Texas legislature regarding renewable projects, 5 in the Senate and 5 in the House. And briefly, I'm going to go through them, but I want to give you just an example of what is driving all this. I met a nice lady in Waco about a year ago at the BRA, and she owns an organic farm outside of Waco. A solar developer had put in solar panels on 3 sides of her. So you can see the developer's plan, intimidate and buy cheap. So you see more and more of this kind of stuff going on. So let's go through the bills very quickly. Of course, we have the SB 1754 by Senator Birdwell, no tax abatements for renewables. We have SB 1979 by Representative or Senator Bob Hall, and that gets into 500-foot setbacks for solar and battery, twice the height of the wind turbine system as a setback for wind, requires insurance with a permit. There'll be a new commission established, design standards, use a third-party engineer for the developers, fire department training, cleanup provisions, financial assurance. Then there's another one, HB 3278 by Don McLaughlin, and they're asking for in-depth studies of solar, wind, battery. Then you have Bob Hall, Senate Bill 1478, and that is seeing that equipment is removed at the end of life and the soil is returned to a tillable state. Financial assurance sets up a commission to oversee renewables. Then another one, Stan Lambert, HB 3229. Recycling facilities of renewables would have to submit annual reports to TCEQ, also talks about financial assurance. Then there's the 2 bills by Representative Verdell, and I think it's more important I talk about why Representative Verdell put these bills forward. Mr. Verdell has a neighbor, or not a friend, who the neighbor or the friend had a battery storage system placed 10 feet from their lawn. So you can imagine, and I guess the response is, well, it's not against the law. So that's the kind of stuff that drove Representative Verdell to put those two bills forward. Then we have HB 1343 by Ellen Troxclair, and that is a complement to Senator Birdwell's bill. And then last, Senator Colhurst, that's SB 819, adds to the Chapter 35 of the Utilities Code, requires permits for renewables, establishes a renewable energy generation facility cleanup fund, prohibits Chapter 312 tax abatements, and this might say it all in favor of it. There's a controversy. The Environmental America criticizes it for slamming the brakes on renewable energy growth. So that's maybe a good reason to vote for this. So as you can see, the Texas legislators are actively trying to pass legislation regarding renewable facilities and battery storage. And I think we know why we have so many of these bills, where 2 years ago you didn't have any of them, all right? And I think this illustrates sentiment in the legislature, and please pass this resolution today in support of Senator Birdwell's bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Dawn Peterson.
Good morning, thank you. Well, after everybody else, all I can say is ditto. I mean, y'all seem to have it well in hand, and thank you for that. And I completely support Senator Birdwell and hope that y'all will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Bolton.
I just want to reiterate all the words that were spoken by myself and all the rest of the people on Agenda Item 9 and this Agenda Item 10. And thank you, Commissioner Samuelson, for bringing both of these resolutions to us in favor of those things. And certainly I support it. Also, those representatives in the House, Troxley, you said, I want to get those names right. So if you'll repeat them for me, please. And support from Senator Birdwell. So thank you for that.
Troxclair and Verdell.
Okay, Senator Simon, you want to go ahead and...
Okay. Would you bring the resolution up on the screen, please? So both of these bills were submitted by our senator, Senator Birdwell. They were introduced by Senator Birdwell. The first one, 1754, provides that the governing body of a taxing unit may not enter into an agreement to exempt from taxation a portion of the value of real property on which a renewable energy facility is located or is planned to be located during the term of the agreement, or of tangible personal property that is located or is planned to be located on the real property during the term. You can read, again, you can download this resolution and read it off of our website. I'm going to skip down to the whereas right before 878, whereas the Hood County Commissioners Court has responsibility for preserving the economic well-being, general health, safety, and welfare of our residents. And then on 878, whereas Senate Bill 878, also introduced by Senator Birdwell, provides for increased transparency and performance metrics before any county may use public money for a purpose of loans or grants in conjunction with any tax abatement agreement. The Hood County Commissioners Court agrees that these two bills further the support of the Republican Party platform 78, No Corporate Welfare, which states in part, we agree with the Texas Constitution's requirements for fair and uniform taxation and oppose special treatment or tax breaks for favored industries or companies. We call for the repeal of the sunset of existing subsidy or special interest taxation exemptions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Hood County approve the action to support Senator Birdwell's two bills, Senate Bill SB 1754 to prohibit property tax exemptions for renewable energy facilities at a county level, and SB 878 providing transparency for citizens. That copies of this resolution be transmitted to the offices of State Representative Shelby Slauson and State Senator Brian Birdwell. So with that, I'll make a motion to adopt this resolution.
Okay, a motion has been made by Commissioner Samuelson to adopt the resolution in support of Senator Birdwell's two bills, Senate Bill 1754 and Senate Bill 878, second by
Second.
Eagle. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Well, for the record, Commissioner Wilson, do you support Senator Birdwell's two bills? Do you support Senator Birdwell's two bills?
Thumbs up?
Thumbs up? Yeah, okay.
Can we take a break?
That's unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. Okay, this brings us to...
This one's going to take a minute.
Okay. All right, so at 9 minutes after 11, we're going to take about a 6-minute break. Everybody come back, please. It's 11:19, and we are back in session. And our next agenda item is item number 11. Discuss and take appropriate action to allow the county judge to sign the FY25 SB 2024 Catalytic Converter Grant Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority Statement of Grant Award and Grantee Acceptance Notice in the amount of $131,000. Yes, sir. Sheriff Deed.
Well, here we are again. Yesterday I talked to Commissioner Andrews, and some of the opposition's hang-up was how we're going to audit that, and so I'm definitely agreeable to add more in the mix, have all the county law enforcement heads be a part of that, which that means me and 4 constables. So we had lined up retired Judge Cotton Howell to do that, and I guess he can still stay in there. More eyes are better, and then Sean McGuire, the supervisor. So I'm fine with that, and getting more people in the mix to overlook that thing, to audit it, and sure like if we could move forward on that.
Yeah, and this is, I've really struggled with this particular issue because there is a balance, and I see you smiling back there, Mr. Harrell. We've had many conversations on this, and the balance in there and the concern of making sure that we're staying within the boundaries, within the guidelines here. I don't think anybody's advocating for taking away tools from law enforcement. Nobody's, we wouldn't take away the search warrant abilities, but there's a framework in there that we need to operate within. And I think that some of these questions that are surrounding now, how do we make sure the oversight is there, make sure that somebody's not abusing the system in some way. And we've came up with, okay, let all the law enforcement agencies have access to audit access to this thing, and they can kind of keep an eye on each other and make sure that nothing is getting out of line there. Getting civilians into that, I wouldn't want that responsibility. I think there's some gray area in there that you can draw conclusions or whatever looking at some of this stuff, and I don't think that's where it needed to be. But to stay within the CJIS community there, but have the different elected officials in the county overlooking each other on that, I think is a great plan. And Sheriff said, yeah, let's bring the constable agencies in on that, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it takes a lot just to get that license plate entered into the system, a lot of requirements to get that done in the first place, and this on top of it will make a difference. So I'm all for that, and it's a great tool. It's, if you're taking a picture of a license plate, and that's really all there is, but it gives you a direction to go, and then you can get warrants for different things on down the road. With murder suspects that we had here month and a half ago, whatever it's been, we tracked them heading towards Cleburne. We got 2 that night, and then the next day we tracked one heading towards west side of Fort Worth. had them set up on them on the hotel where they were at, and Motel 6, they had the lights on, I guess. But anyway, he stuck his head out the door, and so they got a search warrant because they saw him. They went in, got him, the father, and 2 females with a legal search warrant. So had 4 people come to jail that night. So it's a great tool to get you headed in a direction. So we found people in the last couple of months with Alzheimer's that weren't where they were supposed to be, found them, got them home safely. It's a great tool for saving lives too. So.
Okay. Well, good deal. Well, we got, what, 9 speakers? So how much time is that? 3? Okay. Okay, let's set that up then. So the first speaker is Greg Harrell.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue. Sometimes I have to, acknowledging what you just said in terms of oversight, I acknowledge that. Thank you for that. But sometimes you have to take a principled approach to some of these issues. That is my approach in this particular case, so I'm just going to tell you right up front. One of the things that we discussed last time during the county commissioners meeting was the protection of the information that goes into this flock system. And we were told and reassured that there are warrants and all kinds of protections for that information. So I went home and I looked online, and immediately what came up is that I actually could download an app by Flock Safety Systems. I can put it on my phone. As a matter of fact, it's on my phone right now. And here are printouts from that Flock Safety app. I'm just going to read some of these very quickly. Flock Safety, real-time alerts and insights. It's got a 4.9 star rating, and the last update was 1 week ago. I'm just going to read what Flock Safety has to say on their app. Flock Safety mobile app delivers quick, reliable information to stay a step ahead. Get instant LPR, license plate recognition, and audio insights specifically tailored to your location. No more outdated information. Get the data you need right when you need it. Real-time hot list alerts. Receive immediate, clear images of vehicles and their plates, ensuring rapid and accurate identification of vehicles of interest. Real-time audio detection alerts, I don't know what that is, but it says instantly access and replay crime-related audio clips, such as gunshots or sideshow sounds, pinpointing the exact location directly within the app for timely response. So apparently there's an audio component. License plate lookup, gain quick access to vital information with our efficient license plate lookup, know more about a vehicle of interest from the convenience of your mobile device. What else can you do with Flock Safety? You can ensure that critical alerts reach you only when you're on duty. Stay focused and stay informed. Notifications by radius, hot list verification via image upload, snap, upload, confirm, eliminate guesswork by simply taking a photo of a vehicle to determine its relevance to ongoing investigations. It goes on, and then it shows that there are data linked to the user, so the data gets transmitted back and forth from Flock Safety to the user that has the app. Here's some interesting things. These are just reviews by the users. The alerts are well integrated with ease of access to the info as well as search capabilities. The app makes it much easier to use than the web page. The alerts are as fast as the open computer browser. Using the app makes the Flock experience multiple times better. Notified by radius is an excellent feature to find vehicles easier. It's way better than using the computer version. Really like the fact that it sends notifications to my watch. That's awesome. So that information is not as well protected as was presented in the last Commissioners Court meeting. By principle, and according to the Republican Party platform, there are at least 5 platform planks that address this issue. This surveillance system violates the Republican Party platform in at least five different ways. I ask you not to deploy this system. It's a principled issue for me. I love law enforcement, but please do not do this. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is David Ferris.
Good morning, I think still, again. Yeah, I'm going to be speaking against this one too as well. All right. Okay, I heard that this flock system, it can do all kinds of things. What I haven't heard is what are the limits on it. And we all know about political shenanigans against your competitor. There's nothing that's going to prevent that. And that's going to be there potentially for who knows how long. How many years, decades? Then I looked at the title, Catalytic Converter. I'm like, what in the world? Okay, you're getting a license plate. Go into Walmart, you can probably get the license plate if they don't have cameras, okay? If they don't, the next camera they put in will get my license plate, because that's probably, the big parking lots or things on catalytic converters. I just wanted to ask one quick question. Has anybody ever had a catalytic converter stolen?
Just Dave. Just Dave.
Oh, Dave? Well, I also have my hand up. Although mine wasn't stolen. In a big parking lot, I was coming back from a Cowboy game. I parked at the University of Dallas because I was a professor there. And I was coming back and I hear a saw underneath my SUV. I start running from about 60 yards away. My glasses are bouncing around. He gets out, waves his hand holding a sawzall and says, yells, sorry. And I'm focused. I'm looking at the sun. I'm focused at the license plate. So I have a real good idea of the vehicle, the license plate, the color, not so much as him. Irving Police, I finally, after a month, get a detective who really knows what a catalytic converter is instead of a hubcap. And I can't really identify the person. All he's got's the license plate. And yeah, the guy has a criminal history, but geez, he says his vehicle was stolen, so they can't really do anything, all right? Catalytic converters, okay. I heard that there was one in 2024 stolen in Hood County. All right, forget the title. It's a surveillance. It's George Orwell. It's 1984. A few weeks ago, I heard a really interesting quote. I think it was John Adams, but I couldn't really confirm it. All right? Never give a government you trust a power that you would not give a government that you do not trust. I'm not certain I trust any government enough, because I know they frequently become untrustworthy, whether you think so or not. So please vote against it.
Tim Bolton, haven't seen you in a while.
He's back. So I think along the lines of what my friend Dave just said toward the end, especially that, the trust of government. I appreciate and laud our current law enforcement, elected officials, leaders, you guys included, myself included. I hold 2 elected offices myself. That being the case, let me go back and put emphasis on the word current. We don't know what the future holds and what people are going to be in your chairs or driving those police cars or the sheriff's cars, police cruisers. So we don't know what our successors are or who they are, and that's what concerns me. I'm not so much anymore, but have been in corporate law and writing contracts. And one of the things that we used to emphasize was to make sure that our contract language was such that our successors could know our intentions. And so I worry that what our successors are going to do with the product that we're bringing them, which is nothing more than surveillance. It is surveillance. And who knew that Big Brother would be ushered in by conservatives like ourselves, only to be exploited later by somebody who's not as conservative as us. And that's my real concern. How kind is it of the state to offer to buy these things for us? And now it's an urgency that we must with their dollars, but they also offer to let us spend our own $20-something thousand on that as well, because we have to augment where that falls short, right? Why would a state want to gift cameras? I asked the question, why would the state want to gift cameras to the people of Hood County? I'll ask it a different way. Why did the Greeks want to gift a giant wooden horse to the people of Troy? Likewise, this Trojan horse is disguised as a grant for a catalytic converter. I think there's more to this story. That wooden horse is full of soldiers. Thank you.
Richard?
Good morning again. Before I moved here to Hood County 8 years ago, I lived outside of Atlanta, which is a total opposite environment. Big city and a lot of corruption. And a lot of the corruption was in the sheriff's department, to the point where the incoming sheriff in 2000 was assassinated by the outgoing sheriff because he was going to reveal the corruption in the sheriff's department. But when I lived there, there was a recurring theme in the news stories of members of the sheriff's department abusing the criminal databases to spy on political opponents, to spy on ex-spouses, to spy on enemies, or even on elected officials. And they'd always have to bypass the controls, the same controls we hear about with the flock cameras. Well, they have to enter a case number. They'd enter a case number. Everybody's got a case number in their back pocket. And they'd spy, and no one ever got held accountable for this because, of course, the corruption started at the sheriff himself. Now, total opposite of what we have here in Hood County. I trust Sheriff Deeds in his department, but you never know what the future holds. And keep in mind that someone elsewhere in the state, or probably in the country, can get information from these cameras. So if they're looking for somebody, say an ex-wife who moved to Granbury, and they're in, I'm going to pick on Dallas, they could look it up and they'd have that information. So as a general rule, I'm not fond of these, but I understand the benefits of them, as the sheriff has so eloquently stated. But that led me to an epiphany. We're not debating whether or not to have the flock cameras here in Hood County. They're already here. We're debating on whether or not to have more flock cameras here in Hood County. And as the sheriff has said, since it has helped, the existing cameras have helped find criminals, have helped find lost people, clearly what we already have is working. So the question I have to ask is, why do we need more? And how many more are we going to pay for as a county and a state to give even more surveillance we already have? What we have seems to be working. I would say, let's keep it where it is. Thank you.
Frank Solano.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Mark Solano. I'm joined by my colleague, Blaine, behind me here. We're happy to serve. We both represent Flock Safety. We're happy to serve as educational voices. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. I just want to say first, it's great to be back in Granbury. I was telling the judge earlier that I was driving in last night, and town looked very familiar. Called my parents. Turns out I've had a baseball tournament here back when I played spring ball a long time ago. So took a walk on the block, and it was just great to be back. Look, there were some items that were brought up recently, just now, and also previous meeting that I think it's important for us to cover. The first one, my friend mentioned that public app. It is an app on the public store, either Google or Apple, but only law enforcement, only customers can utilize that app. Anyone from the public or private are not able to log in. You need a case number, you need a customer account. Those are protections there to make sure that no one can access the system. So again,
How did Mr. Harold get?
you can download the app, but he's not able to search or really get into the system of any law enforcement agency. But it's publicly listed on the App Store. It's just a place where we have so law enforcement can receive that easily versus us giving them the app ourselves. And also on the other side of this is the protections, and it's important to talk about. So Right now, the county has a 30-day retention data. That means that 30 days and 1 second, that data is gone. It's hard-coded, it's deleted, it is gone. And there have been heartbreaking cases where we're working with law enforcement and they need data at 35 days or 36 days, and we're not in a position that we can really help them. So whether it's an image taken at 12:01 midnight or 12:02 midnight, it is a rolling basis that data is just gone forever. Additionally, you have a great and robust policy here in the county. You have a 30-day, not only retention on the data, but also 30-day audit of the data. And I understand the sheriff has worked with y'all directly to make sure that all the processes and controls that can be there are there. And so that's always great to have. As well, you have a transparency portal which showcases to the public who uses the system, why the system is used. I know the sheriff wanted to work with folks on the commission to see how we can make that more robust, to see if there's anything else that can be reported, and we're going to help. We're happy to help with, any background information, any back end that we can do for y'all. And again, there are a lot of protections in place here. You'll have a robust policy, I would say, more so than any other county or municipality. So again, I'll take a seat, but I'm happy to answer any questions y'all might have about the system. But we're here to serve as a resource. I'm happy to answer any questions you have right now, or I can wait until there's a question brought up to come back up here.
If a law enforcement officer accesses the app, okay, so one of the things that is requested as far as the audit is a report. Right now, there's nothing on the transparency portal other than that we have them, that we have two. But there's no reports of usage, or there's no information out there. So one of the things that would be good to have is maybe not for the public, but for the Commissioners Court on a monthly report, is that, because you said either you or one of your colleagues that I've talked to over the last few days has said that the query history is saved forever. So does that include the queries from the app, or just the queries from?
All queries.
Okay, so how would a report look that was provided by our sheriff's department? How would it track what was queried by the apps? Would it, every app that any law enforcement across the state that had the app, would that?
Yeah.
So I'll speak to this briefly. So the app is just a way to use the system. So every individual at the sheriff's office will have a login, so their email address and their password. And the app is literally useless if you don't have a sheriff's office login and password. It'd be like you downloading Netflix and not having an account at Netflix. It would be pointless, right? So the app just exists for the access to be able to be used. So say the sheriff is out responding to a case and he's not by his computer and he wants to access critical information to help, he can use his Flock Safety mobile app with his sheriff login information, the same as the deputies can do. So to answer your question, Commissioner, so if a search was done on the app, it would be tied to a specific sheriff's office user. So it would say this deputy, this person's first name, last name, access the system and perform this search at this time, just like as if they were using it at the Hood County Sheriff's Office building.
Okay, and is there?
Oh, go ahead.
Is there an extra charge for the app, or is that?
No, no charge.
So a report that we might receive, or that the sheriff's office might create, would list all the queries of anybody, any sheriff office employee that did a query, whether it was on their mobile device or sitting at their computer.
Yes, that is possible.
Okay.
Would the query generate from the app? Because there is, you have to fill out a form, attach it to a case, do all the things that are required in order to put that into the system. Would that be able to be generated on the app on a cell phone, or is that something that has to be done on the back door? Because my understanding is that there's no access, that you have to provide the documentation before the query goes into the system.
Yeah. So the same protections to be able to access the system and perform a search that you would use at the sheriff's office, the same exact things apply within the app. So you still have to do the same exact protocols there versus just on your computer.
Okay. So I think that in short, the safeguards are still there. You can't just punch in a driver's or a license tag and then from your cell phone and initiate that query. It still has to be done centrally or whatever from the.
There's a log made.
Yeah.
You have to get certain approvals, you have to provide a justification.
Absolutely.
So how do you do that if you're across town and you need to get approval of somebody? Is it like a workflow system that it goes to the sheriff and he says, yeah, you're good to do that query, and then?
There'll be auto log made, and as Blaine mentioned, going back to the policy. Blaine, you want to answer?
Yeah, so the sheriff's office policy dictates how the system can be used, and so I don't have that policy memorized here currently, but like whoever within the sheriff's office has access to use this system, as long as they use it according to the policy, then they're able to go ahead and put in their case number, put in their search reason, and then do their job using the tools that they have access to. And then that, every single time the system's used, that is then audited, and that's what would go into that report that it sounds like the sheriff's office is planning to share with you guys on a monthly basis.
Yeah, so I guess it's still centralized. You're not just out there running a license plate number on your cell phone that nobody knows about. It's still into the audit log. It's still, the permissions are still required to get into it before it even triggers the hit. And it also, when the questions seem to come locally, not from out of county. If anybody outside of the county is involved in this, they have their own case numbers and reasons for getting into that. But that, if I'm correct, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but that puts you in compliance with CJIS protocols, and you're now held accountable by the TCIC system and CJIS and all that protected information that I'm just barely hanging on to my understanding of this stuff. So help me out if I'm saying something incorrect. In other words, it escalates it to a CJIS offense if somebody in Fort Worth uses our information.
I don't want to speak broadly because every county has different policy, but there would be consequences set by the policy of the county.
Yeah. So I spent a lot of time talking to DPS over the last few days, and one of the things that I don't think they knew, and I didn't know until yesterday, is that there is a license plate database that's owned and controlled by the state of Texas. This system is outside of that, which is, I would say, a standalone flock network of cameras all across the state or the country that's accessible by anybody who participates in your flock system. So one of the questions that I asked was, the question was posed to one of your colleagues, James Allen. Can a person with access to flock use the user interface to look up certain license plate without it connecting to the Texas Contributing Database, which is the database that's controlled and governed by DPS? And the answer was yes. So when I was talking to the DPS person, Joni, she said as long as there's a connection between the two, then it falls under their CJIS oversight. But it sounds, because this is a separate network of pictures of license plates throughout all of your cameras, all law enforcement agencies that have implemented this, it's a separate database. It's not necessarily contributing to the state database. That caused me some concern, and I'm going to ask Deputy Constable Jensen to come up and explain, because he was listening with me at the same time while I was asking all these questions. So.
Okay. Well, he's listed.
Oh, is he listed as a speaker? Okay.
Yeah, we're going to get to him. Let him.
If I can add to that. Let's work on this guy, okay?
Okay, sorry.
If I can add to that.
Let you have an opportunity to speak, Constable.
So,
but
Our
One
flock
thing
safety
at a
system
time.
does not have the ability to identify who's driving the vehicle. It has no details relating to the person who's in the vehicle. It's just license plate only, or the back of a vehicle. I would need to go clarify on what DPS position is on how that is shared. But if we run an example right now, if there's a car going by somewhere that is ping as a hot alert or amber alert, silver alert, we would not be able to tell you who is the driver of the vehicle or who it belongs to. It's just the license plate number as it is.
Yeah, license plate number with Latin long and make and model.
Right. Well, description of the vehicle. So the white Honda with, this license plate, that will be categorized in the system.
Okay.
Does anybody have any other questions, Mr. Solano?
Look, I'll let myself comfortable right over here. Yes.
So back in, well, first of all, the catalytic converter deal is kind of a pretext because we've had one theft last year, so this really isn't about catalytic converter theft in Hood County. I want to make that point. And number two, the license plate reading only is really, according to your data, to your own marketing data, it says Flock claims that its system's ability to identify visual features, which it calls vehicle fingerprint technology. Do y'all use that term?
We do.
Is unique among ALPR systems. They state that the system can identify the make, model, color, other distinguishing attributes such as mismatching colors, bumper stickers, dents, temporary license plates, allowing for investigators to search for recorded vehicles just based on descriptions, which is great for law enforcement, don't get me wrong. It also talks about other additional items that can be added to the cameras. For instance, the Flock Raven, which does, as was pointed out by a previous speaker, where it can detect noise, gunshots. Not decrying that, I'm just saying that this is a technology that has a whole lot more power than just looking for somebody that stole somebody's catalytic converter. And back in December, actually November 27th, 2023, the judge signed, based on a commissioner's court, the judge signed a resolution for 2 of y'all's cameras. And the last page that he signed states, by executing this order form, customer represents and warrants that it has read and agrees to all the terms and conditions contained in the terms of service located at flocksafety.com terms and conditions. So that refers you over to y'all's terms and conditions online and incorporates them in by reference. And I wanted to ask you a few questions about that. I'm glad you came. I wasn't actually expecting to see you come in here, but I'm glad that you did. Let's see here. Now, let me try to set the table here. What we're going to be asked to sign today, what they're going to vote on, if they vote in favor of this, is to receive grant money, along with doing a contract with y'all for some more cameras. And it says that according to the grant, that the grantee is required to ensure that law enforcement personnel funded in whole by this grant participate in law enforcement intelligence sharing webinars, motor vehicle crime, command centers organized and promoted on behalf of MVCPA program operation. In other words, it's contemplated that this system's going to be, City of Granbury is going to be able to come into it, and we're going to be able to go into the City of Granbury. You agree with that?
If you're sharing with the City of Granbury, yes, and
So
vice
if
versa.
we share with them, so I'm glad you brought that up, because when you look at your terms and conditions, you got four items of definition on your data. You got customer data defined, and you've got customer generated data defined. You got anonymized data defined, which that's to strip it of allegedly strip of any personal identifiers, correct, anonymized?
I would need to talk to my engineer.
Okay. And then you got a data distribution clause in this contract, 4.1. Data distribution would mean sharing it. Would you agree with that?
I would need to, Blaine, do you have an answer? I want to be very careful because I know you're reading out legal terms, so I want to make sure that we're aligned there.
Well, let me just read this into the record here. Customer may, upon request, choose to integrate Flock services with a third party. So if they're going to go over, I would say that City of Granbury is a third party, but we can talk about that later, to either distribute integration data or customer data. And here's the catch. Upon such a request, the customer hereby grants to Flock a non-exclusive, non-transferable, royalty-free, perpetual license to access, share, view, record, duplicate, store, save, reproduce, modify, display, and distribute customer data and or integration data as required by the requested distribution. Customer acknowledges that such data may be viewed, recorded, duplicated, stored, saved, reproduced, modified, displayed, distributed, and retained by recipient, which is y'all, for a period longer, because I heard something about 30 days, for a period longer than Flock's standard retention period, and hereby provides consent to such. So I guess of course, I've had concerns about this from the get-go for the reasons that have been expressed, and I'm prepared to talk about a whole lot more, but I just wanted to get that from you while you were up here about those definitions that, first of all, you understand that taking a grant from the state, you know, they require us to do certain things to take that money. You agree with that, right?
I believe so, yes. And Commissioner, if I can just cover a few items. You mentioned on the retention there, all the data is always going to be yours. It is your own data, 100%. We just host it. We host it in CISA certified, encrypted, end-to-end cloud. Just want to point that out. You mentioned Raven. That is a technology that we use. It's our gunshot detection device that we utilized. That item does not have the ability to run license plate. It's mostly just a device for gunshot or sideshows, which are street racing. On the fingerprint side, yes, that is a feature that we have. So if law enforcement does not have the license plate, because it's not always readily available, or a person that's calling in just doesn't have it on them, that can be placed into the system to see if we can potentially pull a vehicle that was seen by an LPR in a certain area, a time and place, kind of a timestamp, as the Commissioner mentioned. I just wanted to cover those things. You threw some things at me. I want to make sure I cover those as well.
And I appreciate that. In fact, I appreciate that it says customer does not own and shall not sell customer data.
No.
That's like saying you own your car, but I can drive it anytime I want to with all the other language in here.
Well, Commissioner, I think that language reflects that we agree not to sell to third party. We agree not to sell this data to commercial entities, and I believe that's going to be back and forth. The policy is stated that any data collected, any information, license plate information at all, will not be sold to a vendor or a third party.
But there's no, okay, I think I made my point, so I appreciate it. You got anything else down there?
Well, I wanted to talk a little bit about the, I don't know if it's for you, just in general about this. Are you asking about this speaker or in general about this topic?
No, do you have any more?
I don't have any more questions of you.
Do you have any more questions of me?
Not at the moment, but maybe.
Well, look, I have to see myself as a resource.
Yeah, right. You are kind of more than just a speaker. You are a representative of the Flock County.
Yeah, and we appreciate you coming.
Thank you. All right.
You are the next speaker.
There you go.
Since this whole deal started, it's been very confusing, and I know how CJIS works, TCIC, NCIC, for many years, and I can see how the system can be abused, and it is. But what's happening here and what happened in the last court deal is confusing the two different systems. And we talk about policies, procedures, and consequences. And here's the difference. If you run something through Spillman, which is just a gateway to the state data side, there's consequences. If it's not for a law enforcement purpose, you can be charged with up to a felony. And the state doesn't trust the sheriff's department to be solely over that anywhere. That's why they audit them. The difference with this system is I can go in there, I can put your license plate number in there. I have pulled no CJIS information. I have violated no law, but I can watch everywhere you go. And if I can do it to you today, this sheriff's honest. What about the next one? You're next, you're next, you're next. So what we're here for really is oversight. How do we oversight it? Now, a city can tell the chief what he can do with his flock system, and if he violates it, they can fire him. But an elected official can do whatever he wants. It's not against the law. There's nothing you can do. Now, if I run something I shouldn't against the sheriff's policy, John can fire me. But if John does it, you can't do a damn thing to him. It's not illegal, because he hasn't pulled PII, personal information. People say that you can track somebody's cell phone. That's not true. The reason that you have to get a warrant is because your cell phone contains PII. And that's the whole deal. That's what we're missing. We need safeguards. We need more people, more eyes, so we can see who puts what in and the reason that it's being done. And it's not going to be by the state. They don't regulate it. Only their system. You know, if somebody reports a car stolen, it goes into Spillman, TCIC. The state has a portal that connects to all these third-party cameras. They put it in there. A stolen car comes to Hood County, hits the plate, bam, they got it. But if you use our system local, it's not in the state system. You haven't used it. You haven't done anything. And the flock lady herself said all it does is take pictures of license plates. So if I just put your license plate in, that's just your license. Now, I may know who you are. I might. But I didn't run you. I didn't violate the law. I'm just going to follow you everywhere you go. And you know, if you follow somebody long enough, you'll find something.
Maybe.
The odds.
Maybe.
The point is we need oversight. The point is that it can be abused as well as a good tool. And I'm not against it. It is a good tool. If it's used for the right thing, I mean, if it just sat there and tracked felonies, cars, missing children, all that, and then you had to get a warrant to follow her, I would be happy with that. But there's a capability for the chief. Right now there's two guys. And this is not about these two guys. It's about all the guys that come after them. They control it. It's a surveillance state. They can watch everybody where they go if they so choose, and there's no consequences, except for public scrutiny. That's it.
You want to address that, Mr. Solano?
Happy to. I think the case that you mentioned, the example you given, is that you can put in a license plate for anyone and track them. The thing is, Judge, Commission, you need to, again, the protocol on the front side is you need a case of what it's related to. You can't just enter on a plate and just go after someone.
I generate a case number just by merely a suspicious vehicle. We run around town and run 28s all day for whatever reason. I could have a buddy call and say there was a suspicious vehicle, give me your license plate number, I want to look at it. I put it in the system.
And what?
I generate Spillman, but it's legal.
Tell me about that. Answer that specific question.
From your question.
The putting it in. What's the consequence if I have access to the system and I put it in there for whatever reason I want?
If it's not tied to an existing case, first...
Well, who says that? What is an existing case?
It would likely be a CJIS violation. If someone tries to enter any case or any information that's not related to an ongoing case to just get into the system.
Who stops that?
Your policy was...
Okay,
yeah.
That's a policy. What stops the sheriff from putting a number in there and saying it was a suspicious vehicle?
The honesty of the policy. The
policy he made.
The policy that was crafted, yes, and brought to the
okay.
commission.
So let's say that he does that, and he puts it in there, and he puts whatever number he wants. What can he be charged with?
That would be up to, that would be a CJIS violation. So I'm not familiar with.
It's a violation because he didn't run, you said yourself that the plates are neutral. They're just license plates. They're just pictures.
Right.
That's like taking a picture of your social security number. Why can't you just take pictures of that? It's still connected to your information.
Our system is not connected. We cannot tell you who is driving.
You cannot
Hold it,
run.
Mr. Jensen. Let him answer the question.
Through our system, you're not able to tell any personal information about someone based on their license plate. That is then, that is then provided to law enforcement. Again, as the sheriff mentioned earlier, this is just a start. This is just a tool to utilize, and then from there, you can point a direction of what way you want to go when handling a case. I have to reaffirm, there's no personal information tied to the system. You cannot enter in someone's license plate and see what color their eyes were or what their job is. That would have to be done by law enforcement if they choose to pursue that vehicle plate. If it's related to an Amber case or a Silver Alert case, they can make the decision on if the car is going north on 45. They can then say, our last step was...
What the sheriff was saying the last time.
Absolutely.
They caught those felons.
Absolutely.
At Motel 6. They traced the car there, and then they took the information to a magistrate.
Right.
That read all of it together, and then they're the ones that issued an arrest warrant. The arrest wasn't made just by looking at the license plate and following the license plate.
Right.
A magistrate actually has to look at the information and issue an arrest warrant.
And I'm sure once that audit is complete, if that was earlier this month or last month, it will show how a sheriff utilized the system, what they searched in, what the case-related number is to. And then from there, I want to go back to Commissioner Eagle, something on the data side. There's a piece in there that you mentioned that in the situation that there is a success story just like this, we would, I'm sure the news reported first, but it would go back to maybe a flock device was used. And I think that's part of that I want to add to what you were saying earlier about this data being public or data being shared. It's not true in the traditional sense, but it would just be shared out that this case was solved by utilization of law enforcement with the flock system. I want to point that out. To your point, Judge, and what I was saying earlier, it would showcase in the system that the sheriff or deputy or constable utilized the system on this case. The result will likely not put in there. There's a feature if you want to put a result in there. But that's where I'll leave it. There are protections in place on the front end and on the back end to make sure the system is used responsibly by the folks in this county.
That's not what I'm saying. It's not, there is, the protection with Spillman and us pulling your personal information, your criminal history, your car tags and all of that. There's consequences if we pull that. There's no consequence for the license plate. It's passive. It can be used to track you. And if you did use it that way, there's no consequence. If you violate the policy, whoever makes the policy, that's all you're doing. You're violating the policy. You go into Spillman and run your criminal history, and you didn't have a law enforcement purpose, you can be charged with a felony. That's the point of the oversight. There's no consequence for using this system passively, because all it is a license plate number. It's not your personal information. That's the point. That's how you cheat.
So
I break no law by putting your plate in the system if I don't run your personal information. And if I control the system, what are you going to do to it?
So in a nutshell, you're advocating to have basically 5 sets of eyes, 5 different elected officials monitoring and auditing this system to make sure that there's not some type of abuse going on there. So,
because this is basically a way to do a warrantless search and violate your privacy. But the odds of getting, in this court, every time we have a meeting, there's some snide remark or somebody fighting back and forth. So the odds of all the constables, all the law enforcement agencies covering for somebody that wants to backdoor track somebody is almost non-existent. And that's all we need to do. We need to protect the rights of these people. I'm exempt from gun laws, but that don't mean I want your rights to everything. I don't want to be followed. She don't want to be followed. But we do want to get people that are breaking the law. And the decisions that you make today are going to affect generations in this county. And it's nothing to do with this sheriff. He went out on a limb, and y'all did a big deal about protecting the Second Amendment, and he wasn't going to force it. He's with us. But look at the last 4 years. We had Trump, now we got Biden. We got law enforcement weaponized against the citizens everywhere. And we have an opportunity to protect people. And that's what we need to do.
Constable, there's a mic for you.
Start over, you hadn't been on my, I'm just kidding.
I think the sheriff set up because he's already working on making sure there's proper oversight. And I think there was also an addition made within the policy regarding who would be working on the oversight. And so I think his points are outside the system, what we're trying to describe today. But on the auditing and processing side, I believe there were additions made to make sure that the data was kept securely.
Yeah.
And I just realized I'm not up here to speak. I'm just here to answer questions, so I'm going to sit back down.
Sheriff, you want to make a statement?
Well, yeah, when somebody puts a plate into the system, they have a reason for it. It's because of a missing child, a Alzheimer patient, murder case. So there's a series of information that's put into there that is CJIS protected, basically, because of it's tied to a case, and that case is under investigation. So it's really not releasable to the public at that point in time, so it's for a reason. And with all of us together, Mr. Jensen was, we're all saying the same thing. He was just saying it a little different.
Well, it's just like with Spillman. You could violate Spillman if you're a police officer. You can look up somebody's license number, get all that information, look at where they are, what they've done, their past record, and everything else, can't you?
Yeah, and you know, when I went to my new sheriff's school in 2008, a lot of years ago, it's still, here it is 2025, and it still bothers me because the sheriff of every county is the one that's responsible for that connection with the system. So if one of my deputies messes up, if I mess up, if a constable messes up, if the fire marshal messes up, that system can be shut off, and then it's my fault. So me, of all people, are worried and concerned about that all the time. So there has to be policies in place, and we have to stay to that. So, and we intend on sticking to these audit policies.
Right. Okay.
Any other speakers?
Yes. Ms. Wolf, you're next.
I have one more thing to add to that.
Be sure and talking to the microphone. Willie, Mr. Jensen, speaking to the microphone.
We were told by the state that they do not audit the third-party system. Whatever goes on in that system belongs to this county and whoever's over that. That's a software program. Yes, if you run, that's what keeps happening here. If you run anything through the state database, if you run a plate or anything, you're subject to CJIS penalties. But you can run through your software program over here, never touch the state database, never pull any PII, and you're not subject to that. And people need to understand that. And you heard it,
yes.
I heard it, and if y'all keep bypassing that, you're misleading the public.
Yeah, the DPS did confirm that.
All right, Ms. Wolf.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Flock camera systems are at the center of a federal lawsuit filed by the Institute for Justice against the city of Norfolk, Virginia, claiming privacy violations and warrantless surveillance. Norfolk is being challenged due to the city's widespread deployment of Flock camera systems. And I think perhaps you might want to find the outcome of that lawsuit before you proceed. The suit argues that more than 170 cameras, all on public roads, amount to a warrantless surveillance program that monitors every vehicle, thereby raising questions about privacy and government overreach. Flock systems capture license plate numbers, the description of cars, the routines, all of these things, and it's possible for law enforcement to know where you go to church, how often you attend, where your children go to ball practice, where you buy your groceries, and so forth. What helps law enforcement, unfortunately, violates our Fourth Amendment rights. The Virginia lawsuit has strong legal precedents in Carpenter versus the U.S. and Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle versus the Baltimore Police Department. Both cases have significantly influenced how the courts have already interpreted the use of surveillance technology and the Fourth Amendment protections, specifically warrantless searches. In 2018, Carpenter versus U.S., the Supreme Court ruled that accessing historical cell site location information without a warrant constitutes a search. And I'll skip to the down a bit further. This ruling emphasized that the need to ensure that advances in surveillance technology do not erode privacy protections. In the Beautiful Struggle versus Baltimore PD in 2021, the Fourth Circuit Court extended the privacy concerns raised in the Carpenter to other forms of persistent surveillance. In this case, aerial surveillance, which created a pattern of an individual's activities through prolonged warrantless searches and monitoring of each individual's observation, even though they were publicly visible. Technology used by law enforcement and privacy rights afforded by the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution are at odds here. The Fourth Amendment protects us from unreasonable search and seizures by the government, requires warrants based on probable cause, and it's been in place since 1791. It's aimed at safeguarding personal privacy and property rights. While we want our law enforcement officers to have everything they need, unfortunately, we must draw the line at flock cameras. A wise man, we've heard about him before today, recently encouraged me to think carefully before I give my rights away to those I trust, because one day my rights will be in the hands of those I do not trust. I'm not willing to forfeit my God-given rights. Should you vote to accept these cameras in Granbury, know that we are only one lawsuit away from having them removed. The courts have already spoken. Supreme Court and Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals have already spoken.
Sharon Sealand.
Wait.
Yeah, would you like to?
Well, Commissioner asked me to, I'm happy to speak on the Norfolk case, but I don't want to cut.
Let her go ahead. She's up here. She's having a hard time.
Oh, I'm having such a hard time. Had to come to this cane. Judge, commissioners, I wanted to make a statement first before I start on the subject here. So the other day, I was driving along and I pulled onto Highway 4. And I want to tell you that I'm so blessed to be a Texan. And I'm more blessed to be a Hood County resident. Because as a long funeral procession went by, every car on 4 and every car on Fall Creek Highway pulled to the side. And if you know, there's a lot of traffic out there. Not one car passed that funeral procession as long as it was going on. So it makes me proud to be a Hood County resident. Okay, so after that, I have to agree with some of the people up here is that a widespread of these cameras. So from what I'm understanding, we have 26 of these already in the city of Granbury. And then we have 2 in the county, which makes 28. And I think you're requesting another 26 or
24.
24, so making it, what, 52 or 50, whatever. So there's 50-something cameras now that we're going to be throughout our county and that. And I think people would get the feeling that they're being, followed by the government. So I understand also where the law enforcement comes from. I trust Sheriff Deeds. I think most citizens here do. We've elected him over and over again. But there was a time when the sheriff and the chief of police here was investigated by the FBI, and they had to disengage. So it can happen, and that's what I think most of the citizens are worried about, is having that happen. This being turned over to somebody that's not as much as this, without having the right things in place to protect the citizen. And I think that's where most of us are coming from, is there needs to be a lot of oversight on this before the citizen should accept it. Thank you.
Our last speaker on this topic, Tina Brown.
So when the first person was speaking about there being an app, I downloaded the app. And I can't get into it because I don't have a username. So it's not available for everybody. I don't know which app he did, but I downloaded the one for officers and security people. I'm wondering if everybody in here who's talking about not using the flock cameras are wanting to take our department off the flock system so they can't use it with Granbury. We're already using it. There's already a system. I spoke with Sean McGuire. I'm surprised he's not here to go over some of this. He was very generous and said I could come by and he would walk me through the whole process, but of course I got busy, forgot, contacted him yesterday and didn't hear back from him. So, but he said that this is, there's a report every month. He runs a report every month. I'm surprised that y'all don't know that. Isn't that correct? Yes. Okay, so there already are processes. There's already a process. You have to have a case number. You have to have credentials to get into the system. Then he runs a report and sees if there's any violations on that. He goes over that report every month. We're already using the system. This would just make it better for our law enforcement to do a better job throughout the county, not just in the city. And I don't know where these cameras are. I guess on either side of 377. I mean, on in and out of 377. But you know, I guess it's the $131,000. Is it worth it? Do we need a cost analysis to see if we can, you know, justify spending $131,000 to give our law enforcement agencies a chance to do a better job? Thank you.
Just a couple things I want to address. This is a tool for law enforcement, just to point them in the right direction. On the grant side, or sorry, on the cost side, I believe the majority of this will be covered by the grant that's in question. The colleague brought up Norfolk, and something I do want to address. That case is still ongoing. I think they're actually going to put together evidence later this year, maybe ask for a summary judgment. It's important to ask that since that conversation on Norfolk, there have been 6 cases out of Virginia that have found that license plate readers similar to Flock do not violate the Fourth Amendment right, just based on the common thread of public perception and privacy. When you're in the public right-of-way, when you're in the public right-of-way, you're in the public right-of-way. So while the Norfolk case develops, it's just important to pull out or to mention that 6 cases have already been decided post that decision that these are constitutional, do not go against the Fourth Amendment right. That's incredibly important. Look, I know there's a lot of conversation going on. I think the sheriff's already ready to meet you more than halfway on the auditing side. I know that Sean, we spoke to for a little bit, is really proud and happy for the system. And I know that he is excited to run a 30-day report, a 30-day audit every 30 days. We are happy to continue working with you. We would love to continue working with you. And I'm just happy to answer any more questions you may have.
Yeah, I got it. You said there's 5 cases out there?
6 cases have been decided. Are you referring to Norfolk?
Yeah, well, you said there's other cases. What are they?
I don't have the names for you, but there are 6 cases that have already been decided that are similar to the Norfolk decision that have said and stated that license plate readers similar to Flock's LPRs are not against the Constitution because they do not infringe on the Fourth Amendment right.
So by the way, I attached a full brief to our agenda items. Did anybody read that? The bigger picture for me is this, and I appreciate the capabilities of your equipment. And you say they don't have facial recognition, and I'm going to say yet. You know, I'm going to say yet on that one. But if you read the opinion in Norfolk, he goes through all the Supreme Court opinions that go to blanket warrants, illegal search and seizure, violations of the Fourth Amendment. And the whole thing, this is where I'm hung up. The whole thing comes down to a reasonable expectation of privacy. That's what this is going to turn on. And you said something just now about if you're on a public road, you don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy.
That was a decision made by the 6 justices or the 6 courts.
Yeah, well, I'd like to get those sites from you. I guess they're at district court level.
I believe so. I'll double check that for you.
And the judges said that, and others. I've heard others say, "Hey, when you're out on the street, you don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy. But if you read that case, if you read those cases carefully, and the cases cited in Norfolk's Judge Davis's decision, he talks about, or the key word, I guess, key idea, and I've got my stuff all over the place here, is the whole of one's movements. That's going to be the term that this is going to turn on, the whole of one's movements. Do you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in the whole of your movements? And if you look at the Carpenter case, well, actually, they go back to Katz, K-A-T-Z, 1967, where they came up with what is your expectation of privacy and how has it become reasonable? And they came down with two components. Your subjective feeling that your privacy is being invaded, and then is that reasonable under the reasonable man standard? So there's two components.
I believe the context is if you have a personal belief of your privacy, and does the public agree with you on that?
So, and they point out the case allowing the government, this is right out of Jones, another case, a very interesting case. Allowing the government to collect data that amounts to the whole of someone's movement, physical movements, provides an intimate window into the personal life, revealing not only his particular movements, but through them his familial, political, professional, religious, and sexual associations in violation of that person's subjective expectation of privacy. The court goes on in Jones to point out that the Supreme Court further held that it's society's understanding that law enforcement would not and could not secretly monitor and catalog an individual's every movement over a long period of time, and that period of time is a component of these cases. How long was this going on? Meaning that such extensive information gathering is in violation of a society's objective expectation of privacy, and that's the Jones case. And then the Judge Davis up in Norfolk concludes that accordingly, such a dragnet practice as the cameras are could be considered a search, notwithstanding the fact that many instances of the person's movements are in a public space and easily observable by others. And I talked to one of our judges here recently, and I said, how do you think it's be against the law for a sheriff's deputy in his vehicle to be parked out at your house? Let's just use this as it might not be a great example, but I'm going to give it a shot. And you back out to go to work or wherever you're going, and you see the vehicle sitting over there, and they follow you to go get coffee, and then they wait. Then they follow you over to your next, let's say you're going to go to the gym and work out, and then they wait. And then they follow you to your work, and they sit out there, and then they wait. At some point, it dawns on you that they're following you. Well, you know what? And the judge mentions this. We've got what they call stalking statutes under the penal code. And at some point, that becomes stalking if there's no reason for that officer to be following you. If he has no legal reason to follow you, it becomes stalking. It doesn't take too long for that to become stalking. So it's interesting in this case because the judge analogizes the flock surveillance being able, not what you say they just look at license plates, and we've already established that they do a lot more than that. And the data gets, allegedly deleted after 30 days. But even for that 30-day window, somebody can get access to that. Well, we're not going to let that happen. Well, yeah, okay, great. I've heard that before. The point is it can happen. You've heard of hackers, right? They even talk about hackers in the anonymized data, that it can be hacked, backtracked, and they can still find, a hacker can still find out your personal data by backtracking that. So my concern with this is what is pending in that court. The Fourth Circuit is the one, by the way, which is above a district court level, that decided that Baltimore case. I don't know if that has been appealed or not, the one with the aerial surveillance. Mm-hmm. But I'm not denouncing, decrying your software. What I'm saying is I'm not got huge concerns, and somebody else we've already used 2 of them, and we already found people with those 2 we got and what the city's got. And so the other question is, how many more do we need? Of course, law enforcement, and I love law enforcement, but they want all they can get, right? So that is my concern, is that I think that case, I'm worried about that case going up. And if it goes up and it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, and they decide that, one, if they do nothing else, they're going to put severe restrictions on it if they don't just ban them outright. But I would say that there will be restrictions, heavy restrictions, and we haven't made many of those today. We've talked about them, but that's my concern on these.
Commissioner, if I can add clarity on some of the things you brought up. The 2 cases you're referring to in Norfolk, I believe one is Carpenter and one is Jones. On the Carpenter one, I believe that's related to cell phones. I'll have to double check.
It is.
Yeah. And the other one is the aerial surveillance. That's
Baltimore.
The Baltimore case, right. That's continued surveillance of a person's movements. And as the sheriff mentioned, and as I mentioned, these are snapshots in time. And that's what I think the Norfolk case may be about. But even since, as I mentioned earlier, there are 6 other cases that have come out of Virginia that don't overturn Norfolk, because that's still ongoing, but speak to it. The one thing I do want to mention as well is the auditing process. You mentioned that here that you have concerns, and I hear you. But as the sheriff mentioned earlier, the individuals the 4 individuals that are now in custody, the sheriff had to go to a magistrate to ensure that that operation was conducted. The LPR in that situation just pointed a direction. It didn't tell them that they were at this hotel or they were on this room or what they were wearing. The LPR just said, hey, last time this vehicle was seen, it was going east or west in a certain direction. It was up to law enforcement and the work that they do to put the pieces together on their end.
And this is nothing about that. See, my point has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. We're talking about American citizens who've done nothing. The capabilities of this software being able, just like we read, tracking political opponents, people that got mad, your wife cheating on you. There's all kinds of things out here. And I'm not condoning, well, the political, people have their political ideas. It's okay for that. But what I'm saying is the potential of abuse is what bothers me, and I'd like to see this case go all the way to the Supreme Court. If it's going to get appealed, they're going to, right now, the judge denied a motion to dismiss it on 12B grounds. So it's going to go to trial on the merits, and we'll see where it goes from there. At the end of the day, they may go, okay, the flocks, there's no problem here. But for me, it's not resolved right now, this minute. And we've got some flock in here. The city's got it. Why do we want to spend more money on it, is my position. So.
Well, we're not talking, all this stuff that Commissioner Eagle's doing has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Every time you put in a request on a license plate, there is a record of the officer that made that request. It's pinged and a record is made of that, and it's kept for 30 days, and then it's audited to see that every audit that did that. So if it's somebody spotting just a car on an ex-spouse or something, that's going to come up and says, where was the offense that was done? That's going to show up, and that surveillance has this group that's going to be monitoring that 30-day surveillance. Am I correct on that, Sheriff?
You're correct.
That's what I'm saying. It's not doing anything. Like, if you're not a murderer or rapist or drunk on the road or stealing trailers, you don't have anything to worry about. Amen. You just don't. You're just going to have, it's if you're doing something, somebody, as an officer usually will put on, hey, I saw this car at a bank leaving the First National Bank in a gray sedan, and you got a picture of a license plate, and they use that to try to follow that particular plate. That officer is listed at that date and time, connecting it up to an offense. That's going to be reviewed. It's not going to be about somebody you don't like. That's going to show up too. I agree with what Willie Jensen was saying back there too. It's going to show up eventually, in that 30-day period. There are safeguards here. Here's the deal. One of your loved ones is kidnapped, or you have a father that's got Alzheimer's, or worse than that, you got a child that's kidnapped, you're going to be real glad you got the flock system. And those people that caught those 4 murderers within 24 hours are real glad we got the flock system. Talk to the Texas Rangers. Talk to anybody that's in law enforcement. I've spoken to 4 of them, and they say it's a great tool. But all it is a tool that a magistrate then uses to look at probable cause. I look at blood warrants all the time that during the night I get woke up and I have to look at a police officer that pulls over a car that's waving or running a red light or speeding or whatever, and he comes up there. As an attorney, I look up there and I'd make the determination of whether or not there is reasonable probable cause for the stop and whether the tests were run and whether that guy that's refused to take the breath test should have to be subject to a blood test at the hospital. And that's what I do. That's the type of same safeguards that's in this flock system here. That's my take on it.
We didn't. I disagree with you that everything that Commissioner Eagles said didn't have anything to do with it. It has everything to do with this.
So aerial surveillance and cell phones?
Yes,
that's not the
continuing.
same thing.
So as we continue to research this, it's important for both law enforcement and for the public. The court has a duty to find a balance. It's not a matter of trust. We all know that we all respect our sheriff. As other people have said, it's about what happens down the road. We have had situations in, prior sheriffs, prior police chiefs that apparently had some trouble. You can just look across the country and see your example. So we need to find a balance, and we need to do our due diligence. We need to understand this increasingly complex technology. It also talks about machine learning. So what we used to know as just a piece of data in a system, we now have technology that can do all kinds of things with that data. AI can connect all kinds of information. So what we used to know is just a bit on or bit off in a system is now it's data that can be used in multiple ways and create all kinds of information that can be used. I do appreciate this policy. I didn't know that we had it. It does need some revisions, some based on what we've talked about today, adding information about the mobile app. I think we need to talk about that. It talks about the administrator as the chief of police. I don't think that's correct. I think that needs to be changed. There's other information in here. Words like et cetera, but not limited to, just vague things that I think should be very much worked out so that we know exactly what's going on. In Section E, it talks about the ALPR system is owned by the sheriff's office. Well, the system itself is owned by Flock. The data is owned, I would say, by the county, because the county is who is if this, offering or paying for the system. But anyway, so I do think there are some changes that need to be made to this policy. I looked into a lot of questions because there was so much confusion about how this data was related to the data that's already collected by the state. And that's where I mentioned that I was on the phone for quite a bit with DPS. And so what I understand now, and I may repeat some of what I said before, but I don't want to leave anything out, is that the state of Texas has a license plate reader system that law enforcement agencies can contribute information to. However, the Flock data is stored in the Amazon cloud and is separate and apart from the state's LPR system. Do you agree with that?
I do. I want to make sure Blaine validates that as well.
Okay.
That is correct, but a lot of the data that goes to TCIC is collected by flock cameras because we have an agreement, an MOU agreement between flock and the state. So we send them our reads and then they store them in their TCIC data.
Yes, so that would be one of the contributors. So that's why they call it a contributing database, because that database is getting information from all law enforcement agencies that want to contribute to that. So an agency can search the flock system or enter data into the flock system outside of the Texas contributing database. So while the Texas Department of Public Safety and other law enforcement agencies can access data from the flock camera system for operational or investigative purposes, the actual data is stored and governed by flock and not directly managed by Texas DPS. This was confirmed both by Joni at DPS and your colleague James at flock. And I mentioned, for example, I asked the question to flock, can a person with access to the flock system use the user interface to look up a license plate without it connecting to the Texas contributing database? And the answer is yes. So speaking with flock, there are best practices, and Drew, if you wouldn't mind pulling that link up that I sent you a couple of minutes ago. This is an example of what Trophy Club has. It's very similar to what Hood County has, except for this part under usage. You can see there where there are reports that are, this is a public-facing website, and there's reports, and I just looked, Ms. Brown, I just looked on our monthly report under communications. I looked at last month's, and we just, as we were having court, got another report. I do not see whatever it is that Sean is creating. It's not included in our monthly report. So hopefully we can start getting that. But this is an example of what Trophy Club has as a report that could be used. We do have, Hood County does have a web page, but it does not have this type of information. So that could be something that you or Sean could look at providing, along with the query information, which, Judge, the query information is kept forever, not just 30 days. So the queries could be provided on a monthly report. I think that the governing, whoever the 5 people are that are going to be, it's proposed to do this, would have to set out what that query report would look like. I'm sure you would want the license plate, the person who queried, the cause, the case, some things that could identify what the reason was. So that's something we need to do. But I'm still concerned because one of the questions I have that's been kind of going around in my mind since we've been talking about this is, and we've talked about it again today, that the claim is there's no expectation of privacy on public roads because anyone can take a picture of anyone's license plate at any time. Then wouldn't it hold that pictures of license plates that are housed in a public database are also public? If I can take pictures, then the other pictures may be public. And I posed that question to TAC, and they said that may need an Attorney General opinion. So Matt, Mr. Mills, did you hear? I think we may want an Attorney General opinion to know if the premise is that any license plates are public because anybody can take a picture of a license plate at any time on a public road, then why would a picture of a license plate not be public? So
I think for this system, because it's tied into so many other systems like NCIC or ambulance disturbance alerts, it does create the sheriff can probably speak to it better than I can, but it does create a need to keep this in the hands of law enforcement specifically.
Okay, that's it, you think, but it's owned by a public entity. A public entity is entering this information into a system that's owned by the public. So the data is owned by the public. The system is owned by you. So I think that's an open question in my mind. I'm pretty concerned about that. I also have questions, and we haven't really talked about this today, but I brought it up last time, to the total number of cameras that we envision that we might need. This would make 26 for the county. And remember that the maintenance cost, we haven't talked about that today. Flock charges $3,000 per camera per year. So at 26 cameras, that's $78,000 a year just for the maintenance and service fees on Flock. I don't know what the goal is. I don't know if we intend to have 48, 96. I don't know what our overall goal is, but that maintenance cost is an ongoing cost that this county needs to understand is not currently in the budget. So that would be something that next year's budget and the next year's budget, we would have to know that that was an expense. I know that Sean mentioned he was going to try to continue to get grants for that, but I don't know that we want to depend on getting a grant to pay maintenance on a system that we own. So I think that we do need to add some information to this procedure, and I think we need answers to the questions on from the AG on whether this would be considered public. And then we also have the ongoing costs. So I'm not prepared to make a decision today because of all these outstanding questions. I definitely support law enforcement. I want them to have the tools that they need to solve all the crimes that we have. But as I said, this is a balance between making sure that we are supporting law enforcement, but we also need to make sure that we're protecting the public as well and their rights.
Response to that, anytime you ask for an AG opinion, what does it take, a minimum of 6 months, Mr. Mills?
It can go up to 6 months.
Yeah, and sometimes even longer. So we've kicked this around. I don't want to wait. I think we need this now. This is what we need. We've kicked this around forever.
Don't have the policy.
This has been on here. I'm ready to take a vote on it.
Well, I got another thing to say.
I'd like to say something first.
Well, good.
Okay, I was already talking.
The judge was.
Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Pardon you. The first thing is make a correction. In the city of Granbury last year, there were 5 catalytic converters taken from one location, just to make the record straight. Not one. There was 5 in one location, plus the one in the county. If you travel outside Texas, especially going north and east, you will see flock cameras in residential areas that are maintained by the PDs there. Not one, not 2, multiples. They're, especially in Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia, they're everywhere, literally. What we're talking about is adding 24 to the county to help law enforcement do their job. And I won't back away from that. I'm through.
I'll just finish up with this. They can call the motion and vote. First of all, I'm going to reiterate something I said last time, that I gave you facts, cases, law, and non-emotional argument. And what you get from the other side is grandpa with dementia driving around and little girls lost unidentified as their emotional argument in favor of this. And I'm going to point once again to close this deal out. We have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 planks in the current Texas Republican Party platform, state of Texas, of which I was a part of voting on because I was a delegate, went to the last 6 or 7 Republican conventions over the last 12 years. And the ones in pertinent part of all these great Republicans sitting up here is number 152, government surveillance. We oppose all forms of warrantless government surveillance of U.S. citizens and businesses. Number 153, location and data privacy. We call upon the Texas legislature to protect citizens' current and historically technologically available location data by requiring a warrant based on probable cause or a legally obtained subpoena. That's just 2 of the 7. The rest of them go directly or indirectly to it. So I'm calling on the good Republicans up here to keep that in mind when you make your vote.
To reiterate, the policy is not complete, so I think that the policy needs to be updated and before anything is done.
And I think that I don't know as though a lot of this stuff is a direct correlation. The GPS tracking and the backward wire or phone warrant, that's not what we're talking about here. A lot of what I see in this is a force multiplier. Okay, that's the word that Sean used. By the way, Sean's on vacation, so a well-deserved vacation. That's why he's on a cruise. So a license plate number goes into the system. Somebody drives by that thing at the county line out here, and it triggers and says that car just came by. It's like having another set of eyes out there for additional deputies out on the street watching a license plate number that's already been entered into the system correctly. This is, I understand there are some weighty issues here, and this can be a tool for bad. We have to make sure that we've got the things in place to make sure that it's not. So with that, I'll make the motion that we approve the judge signing this grant with oversight that we had talked about there, with the oversight by the 5 elected law enforcement officials in this county accessing the audit data to make sure that this stuff is staying above board.
Second. Okay, a motion made by Commissioner Andrews that will allow the county judge to sign the Cadillac Converter Prime Convention Statement of Grant Award and Grant Accepted Notice in the amount of $131,000 with the proper safeguards that's been discussed here with the committees that the sheriff has reiterated to be put into effect. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
We will be updating that policy because, yes, that needs to have all that new stuff added and some other things modified. So we'll take care of that, and it might be Monday when Sean gets back.
Yeah, and the policy should come to the Commissioners Court just like all the other policies do for approval. I think that you've already made the motion with the second. My response would be that we shouldn't do that until we have the safeguards in place. So that's
part
my
of this motion.
I know. I'm just saying that is my comment, that we would need to have the safeguards in place before the vote.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
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 Motion carries 3-2. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now, item number 12, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt resolution to request dissolution language amendment to the Special District Code 1042, Hood County Hospital District.
Yeah, Judge, this is just supporting resolution for what we passed unanimously from the hospital district the other day, requesting legislation to allow for dissolution. So with that, I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
For that, I have come into additional research and knowledge since I last voted on Friday at the special meeting at the hospital district. I want you to say that, okay? So, but with that, a motion has been made by Commissioner Andrews to adopt a resolution that requests dissolution language amendment to the Special District Code 1042, Hood County Hospital District. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
So motion carries
3-2.
Who was the second?
I seconded.
Okay, this brings us to item number 13. Discuss and take appropriate action to adopt resolution to request the Texas Legislature resolve the common law doctrine of incompatibility created in Special District Code 1042, Hood County Hospital District. Commissioner Andrews.
Well, what information did you come across? Because, I mean, is that something that we need to talk about or change or?
There's been a special code, a special statute that was passed, namely 1042.051, Special District Code, very specifically states what the board consists of. So that...
You didn't want to pass the dissolution language?
That resolves the common law doctrine of incompatibility. And this was passed at the end of the 23rd regular session. Here you go. Here it is right there.
So you didn't want to allow for the dissolution language in case the hospital district ran out of money?
That's my deal, yes.
Okay, then I pull it because it's not, if it's not unanimous, it's, so.
This is still a problem.
It is, it's a huge problem. I don't, but.
Pulling 13, is that what you're saying?
I mean, it needs to be a unanimous resolution, so if there's no.
Well, can I ask you a question, Judge? You're saying, we're at the doctrine of incompatibility. You're saying by virtue of the statutory authority that was passed to create this hospital district, 1042.051, naming the Commissioners Court as the members of this body, they have legislatively bypassed the incompatibility doctrine. And you're telling us that right this minute?
Telling you that right this minute. Are you still pulling it?
I disagree with that, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Well, yeah, then I'll go ahead and make the motion that we adopt the resolution.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Andrews that we adopt the resolution request the Texas Legislature to resolve the common law doctrine of incompatibility created in the Special District Code 1042, Hood County Hospital District.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. Okay, item 14, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt the Master Thoroughfare Plan report. Mr. Ryan Jones, you have anything to say? You're all for this, aren't you, since you wrote it?
I should hope so, sir.
I think we all been furnished with a copy of it. Clint Head has been furnished with a copy of it. Due to the hour, are you agreeable with this?
Yes.
Clint? I think this
is much needed for many years.
You've been in agreement with it for many years? Okay.
It's much.
I think, Ron, you're all doing a great job. This is one project that I think everybody in the county is working very hard and very diligently to try to accomplish because everybody sees the great need with this. Okay?
Well, thank you. And we certainly appreciate the collaboration with everybody on the court. It's been a process over the last year getting to this point, but we're excited to launch from here and really see some benefit to the county and the community here. I also wanted to say, I think we may all need a sandwich and a nap after this meeting.
Well, we're not done yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
I appreciate y'all having me here and letting me be a part of this.
And then we will have Friday, we have the workshop to go to the next step, which is to work on what we do next, funding. So, Jack?
All right, Jack, Mr. Wilson, you made a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that we adopt the Master Thoroughfare Plan report.
Second.
And approve it.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to adopt the Master Thoroughfare Plan Report dated March 2025, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item 15, discuss and take appropriate action to approve $1,900.75 transfer to Education and Travel budget line, Commissioner Precinct 1 from contingency.
Yeah, last year, while we were working through the policy and everything, when we finally got the policy figured out for my travel last year, it was reimbursed out of my travel account this year, and I have no money to go to my education for this year. So I was requesting that I have $99.25 left in that account, so I was requesting the $1,900.75 transferred into that to give me that $2,000 budget line for the year.
We didn't use it last year, so it's still there, so it went into the general fund, so we should do that, and I agree.
All right.
All right. Make your motion, I'll second it.
I make a motion to transfer $1,975 to Education and Travel budget line, Commissioner Precinct 1 from contingency.
Yeah, and I second it, because that sometimes can happen due to a seminar booking up and what you need to finish your hours with or something, as long as the county's not paying double travel or education on the thing. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 16, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt the fraud, waste, and abuse policy. Ms. Auditor, good job.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is a standard policy that most public and government offices within the auditor's scope have put in place. I noticed that we did not have one, and so it's one of my personal goals to create and implement all the necessary policies to properly safeguard our county.
I'll tell you, I think that you're doing a great job. I like Patrick Pittman. It's up here, report, y'all working together. That grant program needed to be improved. Y'all doing a lot of transparency. Hope we find a lot of good money around so we can help the county. And I like this waste, fraud, and abuse policy. Do I hear a motion?
I have some questions. I'm really happy to see this, and I'm very familiar with this, having spent several years in audit. But I do think there's some changes that need to be made. For one, I think that there needs to be a third-party hotline instead of it being internal. That's kind of a best practice for it to be external hotline, which would mean that we would need to have a third party to do that. Question on the page 5 and 6, the authorization for investigation and suspected fraud. I'm not sure where it would be the audit department's responsibility versus law enforcement. So anyway, I just think there needs to be a little bit more time to review this. And again, this is a great start. We have needed this. I agree with you. This is something that we should have had before, but I think it's so comprehensive, and there's, the remedies in here, the things that need to happen are kind of punitive. So before we do this right away, I think that we need to take some time to read it. We've had a lot of things on the agenda today, and I really don't want to rush into this.
You want to make a motion to table it?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to table it.
Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to table item number 16. Do I hear?
I'll second that. For the
Second by
for the reasons
Commissioner
expressed.
Egan. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously to table item 16. Item 17, discussion of Hood County inmate custody log, offense report, and other items related to the Hood County jail population from law enforcement perspective. Sheriff Deeds.
Judge, I'm going to, don't waste your trip up here. We've got the judge here, and we have some, the district attorney may be back, hopefully, but I don't want them to have to wait any longer. I'll talk to the sheriff at the break, and we'll get to his part of this at another time. So I'm going to pull this from the agenda, and you can go straight on into
Okay,
18.
good. We'll pull into number 18 then. Discuss clearance rates, backlog index, and other performance measures for case deposition in district court, including such measures as promulgated by the Texas Office of Court Administration under Texas Government Code 72.001. From the district judge perspective, the Honorable District Judge Brian Buffkin. Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. This is not the courtroom I feel most comfortable in, but I'm thankful to be here. So I'm going to go over a couple of things. First of all, I'm very thankful to get the opportunity to come speak. I'm very proud of the work that's being done in the district court from a lot of people. I'm going to mention them in a moment. This is not me. This is a whole lot of people working together to get to where we're at. First of all, I want to tell you what the law is as far as what a judge is supposed to do in the court. And under the government code, it says the court shall require that proceedings be conducted in an orderly and expeditious manner and control the docket so that justice is done. And that's exactly what I try to do, which is to say, be expeditious and efficient for the purpose of getting to justice. But those two things are considered. You can't be efficient without justice as the goal. One of my friends who's an attorney was telling me the other day, I thought it was funny, other countries have a very expeditious justice system sometimes, which is they say, you're guilty before you've had any process, and then they hang you in the back. And we don't do that here. You have to have justice as well. And with those things as the balancing, we have numbers to see if we're being efficient. And so that's what I want to tell you about today. First of all, these numbers are from the Office of Court Administration. They're public numbers. These are not my numbers. I don't report them. They are reported by our district clerk's office. They send them off to the Office of Court Administration, and we are measured by them. So I cannot tell you with certainty any of these numbers to the decimal point are exactly right. All I can tell you is these are how they've been measured over the last couple of years, and the trajectory matches with my experiences, which is to say we are increasing in our workload every single year. First thing, the Office of Court Administration looks at our clearance rate. So these are terms that we don't use in normal language. I want to explain them. Clearance rate as defined by the Office of Court Administration, and this is a public document, I can get you a copy if you'd like it, is the number of cases disposed plus cases placed on inactive status divided by the number of cases added, and that includes cases reactivated. It's a long way of saying that you measure a court as far as their efficiency by looking at the amount of cases added to the docket and dividing by the number of cases that they have disposed of. The goal is to be at 100%. That means that in any given period of time, let's take a year, if you dispose of the amount of cases that were added, you don't have a backlog, you've kept up. If you dispose of less than the cases added, you do have a backlog going forward to the next year. That's very simple. So if you look at our clearance rate in Hood County, since I took the bench, that would be midway through 2021 on felony case dispositions, because that's really what y'all are interested in with regard to the jail. And I'll also say this, I don't take a position on the jail. I can't take any public position on anything. But 2021, I was here for half of a year, so it's hard to look at those numbers and determine kind of where we're at. 2022 is my first full year on the bench. And we were just coming out of COVID. With all the new cases being filed, we were at a 99.4% clearance rate that year on our felony criminal cases. That's 2022. 2023, the next year, we were at 111.7% clearance rate in the district court, which means we are disposing of more cases than were added. 2024, last year, the full year, we were at 102%. I'm going to get into explain that in just a moment. The clearance rate for those 3 years that I've been judge for the full time on the felony cases, that would be 2022 through 2024, is at 104.2%. The goal is 100%. The minimum standard you really have to meet is 90% according to OCA. We're way up above that. So the clearance rate is just a percentage. But if you add more cases as a number, so if you add, let's say, just to make it simple, 10 cases to your docket and you dispose of 12, you've got a high clearance rate. You've disposed of more than were added. But let's say the next year you add 1,000 cases and you dispose of 1,000. You've disposed of that many more cases, but your clearance rate is 100% because the total number of cases added also matters a lot. The total criminal dispositions, according to the OCA, for felony cases, going back to 2021, it was 399. 2022, it was 494. 2023, it was 574. Last year, it was 699. If you take the last full year before COVID, before I took the bench, which was 2019, there were 356 felony dispositions, and you compare that to last year, my last full year here, it was 699 case dispositions, which is an increase of 96.35%. All that to say, the numbers show that we are being efficient with our felony case dispositions. There's another statistic that's very important, and it's on the agenda, and I want to go over it with you. It's called backlog index. Backlog index is a calculation used to measure the size of a court's backlog. The OCA tells us that you want to have a backlog index of 1.0 means that the a backlog index of 1.0 means that the court disposed of the equivalent of the pending caseload in 1 year. That means it takes a year to dispose of your pending cases. And it also says that a good backlog for criminal cases is 0.5, which means it takes 6 months because felony criminal cases take a certain amount of time to dispose of because people's rights are on the line and they have every right to have hearings and to contest things and for all these things to happen before they get to court. So even if we have hardly anything pending in front of them, it still may take 6 months to dispose of really big cases where they want to have a motion to suppress hearing, and then they want to go look at evidence, and they want things to be resent to the lab or whatever it is. So keeping in mind that the OCA says 1 is the measure you want to have, and 0.5 is the one that's really the goal. 2021 was, again, I was here for half of a year. We were at 0.6. 2022, we were at 0.5 backlog index. 2023, we were at 0.5 backlog index. 2024, we were at 0.4 backlog index. So what that means is that last year, when we had far more criminal dispositions, our backlog index went down. The only way that happens is through everybody doing their job and being efficient. Last thing I want to talk about before I thank some people are outliers. Remember earlier I said that my job is to be efficient with the end being justice. I've done criminal law for well over 10 years now, and there's always been outlier cases, meaning people whose case is pinned for longer than other people, for one reason or the other. There could be people in jail for longer than other people. Some people, we may get them in and out really fast, and it may be that some case is pending for a long time, and those are questions that we sometimes get. I will just tell you that there's a justice reason why. We didn't forget about somebody. There's a reason why. I can't get into the specifics, especially not here in public, but I can't talk about it other than to say there's a reason. I'll give you 2 cases that have already been handled in the past, just so that you can see what an outlier may be. We had a case that's already been gone to trial. It's already been on appeal. It's already been affirmed. It was a murder case. The person was in jail for a long time. I believe the Friday before trial was set the following Monday, I get a call that they had just found something that hadn't been tested in the case, the prosecutor and the defense, that needed to be tested. They come to my house, and we have a motion for continuance in my kitchen at 7 o'clock on a Friday evening, and they tell me why this is important and how it got missed. Sometimes things get missed. I wouldn't know about it. And of course, I granted that continuance, and that person had to sit in jail. It's a murder case, and these are the kind of cases where if somebody gets convicted, they will scrutinize and file writs and documents for the rest of their life. Anyway, we granted the continuance. He sat in jail a little longer. Then we had the trial. He was found guilty. I think he was given life or 99 years. I don't recall. And so now if he files those writs, it can't be on the ground that he didn't get that evidence tested, and he should have. I can't come and tell you about that when that happens. I'll give you one other example because I know everybody wants to leave. We had a case in which a person, before I became judge, was placed on deferred probation for sexual assault of a child or something along those lines. It was a very serious offense. And if they violated their probation, they were looking at 5 to 99 years or life in prison. While on probation, there was an allegation that they violated that probation by molesting a different person. And they had to come to me on a hearing on the motion to adjudicate probation. I adjudicated the person guilty, found they violated probation, and sentenced them to life in prison. We did it just on the alleged violations. The district attorney and the defense attorney come to me and say, hey, we want to save the victim of the new case from having to go to trial and testify, because that's a very hard thing to have to go through if this person already has a life sentence. But we don't want to dismiss the case until it's been affirmed on appeal. And so, in that instance, we agreed to let the person sit in jail while that case was affirmed. And it was affirmed, and he got life in prison. And I think he pled to the other case, and the victim was spared, and justice was done. I think everybody would be okay with that use of our jail space for these kind of people. I'm just saying that as a couple of examples to say, if you look at the reports, there may be somebody in jail that you don't understand why, but just know justice is so important. And there's going to be some reason. I would encourage you, if you have questions, I can't really answer them, but you can go to the district clerk's office, open that file. There may be a continuance in there that will explain it to you, or there may be a request to retest something, or I may have been recused off of the case and can't be the one forcing it to go to trial or pushing it. So all those things are just examples that I want you to always be aware of, because we know and you don't always get to know, and that's the hard part of our job. All right, last thing I want to say is, you know, we're in a divided time in lots of ways, and people don't always hear about the good that's happening. Our justice system is working as efficiently, I think, as it's ever worked because of a lot of people working together. These numbers are not accidental. They are because of the work of so many people in that courtroom. I'm the one who pushes, but then they have to do a lot of work because I push. So I want to thank my team. We have the same team that has been in this court for years and years and years, and yet we're disposing of so many more cases. And they have worked very hard to get to these numbers. I don't know, they're right there. There they are.
Why don't they stand up? Let's give y'all all a hand. Stand up. That is a hard
I want to thank, and he's going to come and speak in just a moment. I want to thank the district attorney's office. There's the district attorney, I think there's some of their office over here. We have pushed harder than ever, and they have answered the call, and so I'm so thankful for their work as well.
Y'all stand up. We'll give y'all a hand, too.
I want to thank our sheriff, our police department, transport officers. I can't tell you the way our transport officers have all worked with me whenever I say, just the other day we had somebody, I was in court in the morning and an attorney walks up and says, I got a guy that I think we got a plea for, can get out of jail. I said, bring him at 1:30. And they say, you're telling us now? I said, can you just bring him at 1:30? They say, yes, sir. They bring him, we get him out. They've worked very hard. Our county court at law, Judge Haddix, has been very helpful in our disposition of cases. We send him trial cases. He takes care of family law cases for me. And then I want to thank one other group that I think has been so important. You know, since I've been judge, we've had 3 different district clerks, which is a crazy thing because it's 4 years in. And there's not been one time when I have reached out to one of our people working in the clerk's office to do something I needed them to do, and they have not done it. I showed up this morning at 7:30 a.m. because we had a meeting down the road at the juvenile facility, and there were 4 cars already here from the district clerk's office from these people who were here early working. So I want to thank all of our clerks who have worked so hard to keep our justice system going, and I think you can stand up and be applauded as well. One other thing, I'll end with this. Our district attorney office just gave me this. I thought it was interesting. We have the one district court we've always had since 1985 here. Our clearance rate last year on felony criminal cases was higher than Tarrant County with all their district courts. Erath County, Parker County was at, I think, 92%, and they've got multiple district courts. So when you just look at what's happening here, we are working hard to efficiently resolve cases so that justice may be done. Happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
I just got a comment. I just want to thank you for meeting with me on this in the past and helping to, really trying to get this information out for the public because of the situation with the jail that's been going on now for, 5 years. And I think we've got the situation coming up. We're working our way toward possibly a November measure to add on to the jail. And your explanation of your component of this has been very enlightening, and I really appreciate you working with me on this and working with the court. And thank you for coming in, too. I know that you said you rarely get a chance off, but you got spring break this week, so you actually were available to come in, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
You've been a great help, and I think it's a great explanation for the taxpayers to understand your component, the district court's component of the jail population and what you're doing to take care of your part of it, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate your asking me to do so. Any other questions?
Have a good spring break.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Judge.
By the way, I'm more comfortable in your courtroom than I am here, too, so just...
All right, that brings us to the consent agenda.
Still got one, we still got 19.
We covered both of those.
You gonna let Ryan come up?
Oh.
Ryan, you...
There's nothing like going last at 1:15 on it.
120.
I want
doing a good job, too.
Well, I thank you. I appreciate that. I want to echo what Judge Bufkin just said. We could not do the amount of work that we have been able to do over the past several years without all three of the district offices working together. The district judge and his staff, we work closely with all day, every day. The same for the district clerk and their staff. And like I said, like Judge Bufkin said, there have been 3 district clerks in the past 4 years. Each one of them have done a tremendous job, and we continue to enjoy an excellent working relationship with their office. And so those offices we work closely with and enjoy those relationships with. But the people that I hold most near and dear to my heart are the people in my office. And those people have worked tirelessly. They are dedicated to justice, to getting the job done in the most efficient way possible, and to achieving justice on each and every case. So I would like to ask them to stand one more time so I could formally recognize them. One thing I'd like to share with the court is since 2017, which is as far back as I've tracked our numbers, that was before I took over, we have increased our staff by 36% since 2017, I'm sorry. But the number of cases that we have disposed of, and those include trials, they include probation revocations, and they include pleas, that number has increased not 36%, that number has increased 140%. So we have incrementally increased our staff, but we have tremendously increased the work output that the staff has been able to achieve. Our current average case age is less than 1 year. That includes cases that are both in jail and cases that are out on bond. I think a lot of times the cases that have bonded are missed in this discussion. We have a tremendous amount of cases that are not in jail, and all those cases together, both the in jail ones and the out of on bond ones, our current average case age is 9.8 months, less than 1 year. So that means in less than 1 year, on average, cases are getting disposed. We have, like I said, greatly increased our output and only marginally increased our amount of staff that the county pays for. So some of that staff I am paying for with state money, so it's not costing the county money. I'm paying with SB 22 money. We have increased our clerical staff. We've beefed up our victims assistance services. And all that together, though, we have increased our output 140%. So any questions about any of that? Well,
Same thing for you, Ryan, is I appreciate you coming in. Sorry we couldn't, we missed, we played phone tag
Yes, we
and
did.
stuff,
Yeah, I
but-
apologize about that.
But I figured if I've got you committed to come in here and say at least, something that would be good, and you and I can catch up on some other stuff later.
Absolutely.
But I appreciate you coming in as well and bringing your staff in. This is, you're, again, just one component there of this jail situation, and you're the first one that gets it after the sheriff gets it through with them. So we appreciate you coming in and taking the time to come in here and enlighten us. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Okay. That now brings us to the consent agenda, and Glenn, you wish to pull 2 items, is that right?
Yes.
Thank y'all all for coming in.
Appreciate it.
Yes, I'd like to pull items of F5 and F6 from the consent agenda. Those will be addressed at a later date.
Okay, good deal.
Thank you.
We're pulling items 5 and 6, all right? All right, is there any commissioner wish to pull anything or question anything on the consent agenda? If not, do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as stated with the 2 items that were pulled.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the consent agenda with including the pulling of the 2 items 5 and 6 from purchasing, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, Mr. Clint Head, Development.
Development accepted applications for 13 replats. Do you want to read them? As they're listed.
We got them all. You have them all, Christine, all the plans?
As they're listed, development recommends setting a public hearing for April 22nd.
Okay. What, April?
April 22nd.
April the 22nd, okay?
I'll make a motion that we set a public hearing for the listed replats here for April 22nd.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Andrews to set the 13 listings for a public hearing on April the 22nd, 2025, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimous. All right, what else you got?
We got a final plat of Story Tree Estates, Phase 2, lots 6 through 8. This final plat is a subdividing of a 7.576 acres tract that is part of the J. Kilgore Survey, abstract number 311, and part of the J. Fogg Survey, abstract number 648. It will be creating three 2.4 acre lots. This final plat is dedicating 0.19 of an acre of right-of-way along the southeasterly right-of-way line of Williamson Road. This plat lies in the rural district and precinct 2 and will be served by private well and on-site sewage facilities. All comments have been addressed, and staff recommends approval as presented.
That was my question about dedicating the right-of-way, and you answered that question, so.
It was 5 foot.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, I'll make a motion to approve the final plat of Story Tree Estates, Phase 2, Lots 6 and 8, Block 1.
Second.
By Commissioner Samuelson to approve the final plat of Story Tree Estate Phase 2, Lots 6 through 8, Block 1, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Head. All right, financial, Ms. Stephanie Matlock.
Good afternoon. We have okay, so our financials today, this court, are $800,325.50. My office has reviewed all invoices and recommends payment.
Okay. Any questions, discussion? If not, do I hear a motion?
Move that we pay the bills of $800,325.50.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Andrews to pay the bills in the amount of $800,325.50, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
The comment to make the citizens aware that part of the bills that we're paying, and that amount is $30,355 to one county for January inmate housing.
That notification. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Good work.